All right, hello friends. Welcome. My name's Popeye. Today we're finishing Higurashi Chapter 7 Minagoroshi, or the Massacre arc. Literally, everyone dies. It's literally what it means. And because everyone dies, this game has a pretty strong theme, so I'm going to put out some trigger warnings that this game has. If any of these are not for you, please by all means find something you'd rather be doing tonight that won't be so triggering. This game includes themes such as death, murder, torture, kidnapping, dismemberment, blood, gore, body horror, suicide, rape, child abuse, any of those things against a minor. Basically, all the main characters here are 15 years old or younger, as young as, I think, age 10. Excuse me. In particular, we've just finished off saving a child from an abusive uncle. So there's definitely going to be some more of that going on. As this is the finale and literally everyone dies, there's going to be a lot of death today, most likely. If you missed any of those things that I just said, either please feel free to ask me again or check down below in the description where I put a list of all the trigger warnings. And like I said, in particular, this game's dealt a lot with child abuse. But there's going to be a lot of death and murder coming up shortly. With that in mind, what happened last time? Last time, we had the big reveal of who is the villain, who is the mastermind behind everything that's happened through the past 6 arcs, through this arc, and presumably the next arc. And if you don't want to have that spoiled for you, I guess now's your time to leave as well. We're still here. It's Takano, the nurse. Basically, she's supposed to be from a government agency checking on the work of Dr. Irie for Hinamizawa syndrome. But before she was with the government, she was actually with another agency designed to make basically an endemic disease happen, because there are certain people that want all the people of Hinamizawa to die, and for there to be panic in Japan and across the world. So, what happened last time? We saved Sadako. We got support from all of Mion's the Sonozaki family. We had lawyers giving us objections. We had politicians. We had just a bunch of people on our side. Basically the entire town and all of the Sonozaki family across the region. We were able to get a phone call from the Child Consultation Center to Sadako. And Sadako had just been getting absolutely smashed in the face by her uncle. They asked if they could speak to Sadako. Reluctantly, the uncle says yes, because if he says no, it's like he has something to hide, and then they're just going to come there anyways. So there's... Keiichi starts by telling her, like, hey, like, literally the entire town is outside of this building. They're all trying to help you. All we need is for you to say, yes, I need help, just to reach out your hand, say that you need it. That wasn't going to be enough, but then Rika comes in, basically being like, I've seen you struggle through these past several hundred years. I've seen what's happened. I know that you're like this close to breaking. You think you're doing this to be strong. You think you're doing what your brother wanted. You're really not. This isn't what your brother wanted. He didn't want you to be abused daily. He was just as scared as you when he was protecting you. Even though you're scared, it's your time to step up and protect yourself. And with that, she asks for help. The police were already there. They break in, they arrest her uncle, and she is free. There's a wonderful reunion, especially between Rika and Sadako. Rika has lived through literally hundreds of years of this and not seen it come to an end until that date. So, with that part cleared up, we switch back to Rika, who's like, okay, we've sorted out this one problem. The next problem is Takano and Photographer Man are going to die. I'm going to tell them again to protect themselves. She alerts the police, like, hey, dude's going to be murdered in this, like, area, patrol it. Hello, Samus. How's it going? That sounds like a you problem. um, as well as tells all of her friends, and they try as much as they can to stay with the two of them throughout the night. But obviously, they can't. They can't follow them home, and eventually they have to go home. Yes, Deadbeard was early. And by home, it's revealed that they went back to the the Irie clinic. Yes, I saw Samus's. It's kind of like what Deadbeard said. Like it's nice that they did it, but kind of thing that you really wish that like people tell you. That sounds like a Looney Tunes skit. But yeah, so they go there. Takano basically goes to photographer dude and goes, "Hey, last chance. Do you love me so much that you want to be with me forever? Are you willing to like give up everything you stand for, all your honor, your career, to join me? And if you join me on this, I will like love you faithfully forever. I'll do whatever you ask from this point onwards." And he says no. He thinks about it and he goes, "No, I'm not willing to do that." And Takano's like, "I knew you'd say that. I made you think about it. All the dudes here, all the Black Mountain, or I can't remember what the special ops team is called. They're all working for Takano." And he's like, yeah, just like bind him up. Thank you, Samus's. Thank you, Deadbeard. So they wrestle. They wrestle him to the floor. They then tell him that, hey, you know that vaccine that we've been giving you that protects you from Hinamizawa syndrome? It's actually been a fake. Also, we kept these syringes that just make you go crazy and claw your throat out, and we're going to give one to you now. So have fun. I suffer fun. I do like the randomizer. Okay. Well, let me talk randomizer once I'm finished with the summary. So they inject him. They're gonna go dump him where they usually did, but because Rika told Oishi-san they were gonna be there, they had a police car station there, so she had to drive past them almost all the way into Okonomiya Village, dump him and his bike near a rice field, and then they go on. Hey, no. They then go off to a secret. They then go off to a secret location where they have like a remote van that's stationed with like all kinds of equipment and communications stuff. We find out that Takano has been faking her own death. They've captured another female body. They burn it to a crisp in the mountains. Another bit for every scold. I need to auto scold on donation. Please don't Fibonacci sequence me bits, please. Oh no, we're at 4. We're just doubling. We're not Fibonacci sequencing bits. This is worse. Please don't factor of 2 increase your donations.
Suspicious.
Oh, gosh, dang it. I hope you know my activity feed is basically just all Deadbeards now.
Suspicious.
Hey, wait a second. You did the 8 bits before Samus scolded you. What are you guys going to do when you hit the character limit? It's like Twitter. You just can't type that many characters. It's too powerful for the internet. I watched my OBS have a moment there because there's so many animated bits on my screen right now. I'm glad you only bought 100 bits. Yeah. So now it's the next day. Oisan has already approached Rika being like, hey, we saw this. We have a couple of things that just don't make sense. One, Takano is missing. And the other dude clawed out his throat about a mile from where he's... I'm very unhappy with that. I think that's the... Yes, that's been a thing. I did announce it. It's been used once before, but it was too quiet, and I've boosted it since. Glad to know it still works, I guess. Thanks, Deadbeard. Yeah, so the car had gone past, but they never saw photographer dude go by, and yet they found his dead body past the police blockade. So they're already assuming that he was in Takano's car, but they can't find her. They did find a body that was burnt up, and the time of death, they're able to find a contradiction that the time of death was at least 1 day prior, and yet everyone saw her at the festival. So they're already like, maybe that's not her. But the medical team that did the autopsy's like, no, it's like, it's good. And yeah, so now we're back at the medical lab with Takano and her subordinates. Mountain Dogs, that was it. He's the leader of the Mountain Dogs. I came here to make sure he's still willing to protect me. Based on past experience, they tend to lose interest in protecting me after Takano dies. Okay, so we're Rika as well. Right, and I was gonna say, Paper Mario Randomizer. I started a new randomizer the other day, and boy do I hate it. It has some of the worst backtracking I've seen. Just things like, oh, I saw a thing, but I need like the super boots to get to this thing. Or I need Cooper to access this thing. Guess this is part of that tight security. They must have been listening to my conversation with Oishi. So, I spent like several hours just trying to get to the point where like everything's unlocked. I've unlocked one part. I've completely done. Oh no, I've now unblocked myself on that. I was blocked up into it because I couldn't swim. Another one I could complete, but it was randomly like a stupid high level. So I was at the point where there was only a couple things left for me to check, and I didn't want to do any of them because they all involved fighting like high level, like mid bosses that I didn't want to do. And then where did I find I found Cooper, and that unblocked me, because from Cooper I could get a key. From that key, I could defeat the first chapter. Inside the remaining bit of the first chapter, I found Sushi who could swim. Where did I find Cooper? Where did I find him? I think I found him in the tunnels, which I could access because I had found Lackluster, who let me go over the spikes, and I found Lackluster. Where did I find him? I can't remember where I found him, but it was one of those ones where, like, finding this one thing over here let me go to this other thing all the way across the map, which lets me go back to this other thing. Oh, it's been such a pain.
まさか現地の県警の正式な発表ですんで。大石という刑事は今年で定年。お社様のたたりを何とか解決したい一心で、何でも話をおかしくしようとする癖がありよります。あいつの言うことに耳を貸さん方がいいでしょう。
Well, he's not wrong. This year's Oishi's last chance. Because he's so desperate, he's developed a bad habit of listening to every rumor he hears.
おこのぎはこの事件をどう見ていますですか？
現在、上が調査してますんで、殺された二人の関係を知る以上、内部犯行の可能性が極めて高いっちゅうんは間違いないんじゃないかと。
I glanced over at Irie as I listened to Okanagi speak. It seemed that whoever he was talking to over the phone was accusing him of killing them. Irie was frantically trying to prove his innocence. Soon enough, he hung up the phone. Irie looked upset that he was under suspicion after working so hard for the organization.
ああ、リカさん、すみませんね。だいぶお待たせして。
入江も大変なことになったようなのです。
お聞きになった通りです。富武さんたちの死は何かの陰謀による可能性が非常に高いです。そして東京はその黒幕が私であると思っているようです。
But yeah, so I've basically unlocked almost all the chapters in that one now.
どうしてそういう方向になるのか大いに疑問です。
Just trying to think. I can complete chapter 5. I can complete chapter 4. I can complete chapter 1. I've already completed chapter 2. I can't complete chapter 3. I can't complete chapter 6. And I think I can complete chapter 7. I rarely ever saw Irie get so emotional. He must be feeling as though all his effort is being repaid with injustice. However, it's a fact that Irie was trying to fight against the budget cuts and downsizing of his research team. Tokyo was thinking that could be his motive for killing them. In any case, everyone in the organization is suspicious.
リカさんの心配は分かってます。高野さんたちを殺した何者かが
We've played enough games to know that people wearing, like, medical lab coats are suspicious. The biggest difference is the randomizer doesn't have a normal plot. Instead, Bowser left this note. I'll pay you in nothingness. Man, Mario's just getting ripped off now. Like, he used to, at least get, like, a cake or a kiss, and now he's just getting nothing.
東京もそこは特に気にしていました。
山犬にもあなたの警護体制を最高にするよう命令が来ています。ご安心してくださいね。
それが聞ければ僕は少し安心なのです。
This is the first time the Mountain Dogs had ever tightened up my security. Usually became so busy keeping tabs on Irie after Tomitake, that was the guy's name, Kano's death, that they ended up ignoring me. Even though they're dead, I'm still in a pretty favorable situation.
高野たちを殺した犯人に心当たりはないのですか？
東京の皆さんも調べられています。状況を見る限り、内部事情に精通した人間の仕業です。どうやら真っ先に疑われたのは私のようです。
She says hi and she smells nice. Tried to ban kissing Bowser, but you can't. Does that mean there's no kissing Bowser to begin with on Twitch?
そんなことはありません。おそらく東京の方も H17 さんの話をしているのでしょうが。
Oh, did I show them my new tattoo?
Sure. So here's why we're streaming today instead. How can we...
Oh, how do I do
Yeah,
this?
how do you...
There you go.
There's the new tattoo. And they finished early.
Yeah. I figured it was like a limit of 4 hours. And...
I was wondering if they were going to do the thing of like, they did it and then they have you wait like 15, 20 minutes to make sure like nothing happens.
あれは危険な目的での研究が中止されたとき、すべて破棄されたはずです。あんなことは不可能だ。
ですが所長、こういうことが起こってしまった以上、東京はそれに富武氏には予防薬があらかじめ与えられていたはず。にもかかわらず発症したんです。
Yeah, Sam says if you're gonna call it, by all means, go get some rest.
天文学的低確率で起こった偶然だとしか言えません。とにかく、絶対そんなことはありえないんです。
Here he is usually a very calm person. Once the people in Tokyo start suspecting him, he often loses his mind.
ということはありませんですか？高野なら内部の人間です。
高野さんが、まさか。
As he spoke, he started to realize that everything could be explained if Takano was the culprit. But I don't know how to persuade him that's the truth. More than anything, people want to hear a motive. Not who did something, but why. Knowing that probably isn't as important as it sounds. After all, you never know the motive unless the suspect talks. Guessing about the motive is just a waste of time. In other words, it's stupid to assume that Takano isn't the culprit just because I don't know what her motive is.
リカさん、確証もないことを言っちゃいけませんね。あれだけ親切にしてくれたんじゃないんですか？それを疑っちゃ悪いですね。
Upon hearing me be ungrateful toward his boss, Okanagi flashed me an unpleasant smile. True that Takano was very nice to me. It might be disrespectful of me to suspect her. However, I still can't trust her completely yet. Perhaps I've developed the same bad habit as Oishi. Leaving every crazy theory I hear just because I'm desperate to escape from my fate.
とにかく、私たちの身近で何か良くないことが起こりつつあるのは間違いありません。用心するに越したことはないでしょ
う。ご心配なく。所長に対する警護体制も最高にするよう命令を受けておりますね。
Yurie smiled bitterly. For him, their protection wouldn't be too different from stalking.
リカさんも警察には不用意なことを喋らないようにお願いします。分かってると思いますが、場合によっては機密保持のため、厄介なことになるかもしれませんので。
He was implying that he'd have to kill anyone I talked to. It wasn't the first time they've warned me about this. It's just, if Takano really is the culprit, she is, then Okanagi is almost certainly involved too. And it makes sense that he wouldn't want me to suspect Takano. That would be horrifying. Takano was my enemy, and the mountain dogs were too. The whole clinic is a lion's den. He's just a researcher, so he probably wouldn't know what's really going on. The more I thought about it, the more confused I got. Why would Takano do something like this? I thought I just convinced myself that the motive shouldn't even matter, but I can't stop thinking about it. Is Takano really behind it all? Am I going as crazy as Oishi just because of how badly I want to solve this mystery? Perhaps the mountain dog's more like wolves looking after a flock of sheep? What oversight by Google. Lived for over 100 years. Never once found out who killed me. I stay close to the Irie Institute so that they protect me. What if that was my big mistake? Sure that Irie has no bad intentions. Many lives I got to see just how genuine his feelings are. I can trust him. But he's not really reliable. Okanagi glanced over at me. Smiled and told me not to worry, but I noticed an evil glint in his eyes. What if you turn off safe search? It's possible that I have Hinamizawa syndrome. That was just a hallucination. I don't understand anything. I don't even know who my enemies are anymore. No point in thinking about this any longer. I was saying, what if you turn safe search off? Because then it would allow you to search for NSFW stuff, but if you did NSFE with like the double quotes around it, I don't know, maybe it'll do it then. I have to only trust who I know I can trust for sure. There are only a few of those people, though. Yurie, Oishi, my friends. Okanagi's on Takano's side. He'll be watching me very closely. Start accusing Takano of anything. Who knows what they'd do to me? The world first began, I thought I had no time left. That wasn't true. The number of things that happened just 2 weeks was immense. I probably only have a few more days left until the day of my death. What can I do? How can I change this? Am I supposed to just take Hanya's advice and resign this time? Even if that is the solution, it's a bad thing if the solution to your thing of how do I search for something that's safe for work is by disabling safe search. That's still probably a bug.
Hmm. それで綿流しの晩にはもう失踪していたらしいんだよ。お社様のたたりかな。
さすがに5年も連続すると。
Okay, so we're still Rika. Nimizawa is a small village. Rumors spread fast here. Besides, she's Mion Sonozaki. She would have found out about this yesterday, even if the police were trying to hide it. My friends were all talking about the mysterious death of Tomitake and the disappearance of Takano. People in this village are very superstitious. No matter what happens, they conclude that everything is the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Past incidents don't matter to me either way. All I'm interested in is the current one. The culprit of this case will probably kill me, too. 2 days have passed since Wada Nagashi. Today is Tuesday, June 21st, 1983. At the earliest, I'll get killed on the night of the 22nd. That is, tomorrow night. The day of my death is always different. I always end up getting killed, but the day when it happens varies. I guess the culprit has their own reasons for that. There's only one thing I'm sure about. Based on my experiences, I'll live for sure until tomorrow night. After then, I'll have to live with the fear of getting murdered at any moment. Still, there's no real reason to be afraid. I wake up, I'll be in a brand new world again. Never remember how I'm killed. I'm not afraid of the killing itself. I'm just frustrated that my life is about repeating the same things over and over like a broken record. However, at present I'm frustrated. My classmates just expect that their peaceful days will continue forever, but I couldn't feel that way. I feel frustrated and full of sorrow, so I really don't want to die.
明日の夜ですが、リカは悔いがありませんですか？バカ。ないわけないでしょ。
Honey was trying to warn me that I might get killed tomorrow night. So she already knew it was going to happen for sure.
リカはとてもよく頑張りました。そして今年の綿流しは僕が生きてきた中でも一番の楽しいお祭りでした。それはリカもだったのではないですか？
More literally, Honey says it's the most fun she's ever had, not necessarily the best. It was fun. Really was fun. Sadako had band-aids all over her face, but everyone was there together and we kicked up a storm. I want this world to continue forever. I can't accept that this world is going to end tomorrow at the earliest. Then 1 or 2 weeks at the latest.
また次の世界でもきっと楽しくできますのですよ。
From my understanding, the ones that were like 2 weeks out, she literally ran away and hid in the forest.
この世界はもう終わりなの。こんなにも楽しい世界なのに、もう終わりなの。
Got this like nice little saxophone, I think it is, added onto this song. It's like the happy note that's been added to the background. All my friends are alive and happy. Eiichi doesn't feel alone, and his family is happy too. Shion and Shion are getting along, as well as Shion and Sadako. The issue of Sadako's uncle is resolved, and she's no longer treated coldly by the other villagers. This is the best world I've experienced. This world is going to end.
リカ、僕たちは特別な存在なのに、リカは自分のことを普通の人間として考えすぎなのです。楽しいパーティーがいつまでも続けばいいのにと、子供の誰もが願う。
More accurately, Hanyu basically says, think of yourself as human when you're not.
でもいつかパーティーはお開きになりますのです。だから子供たちは楽しい瞬間をどうか永遠に続いてほしいと願うのです。でもだからといって終わったパーティーを嘆くことはない。眠ればまた明日の朝になる。そしてまたいろいろと楽しいことが起こるのです。
There's the saxophone I was talking
パー
about.
ティーが終われば消えてしまうシンデレラなんかいない。
Hear that, Candy? Once your birthday is over, you have to disappear.
私の生への固執を。今のリカはパーティーから帰りたくないと泣いて椅子にしがみつく子供と同じなのです。どうして泣いたり悲しんだりする必要が？またパーティーはやってきます。リカは死を越すことを未だに忌み嫌っているけれど、僕たちにとっては一眠りのまたぎだというのに。羽生は昭和58年の6月より先に何があるのか見たくないと言えば嘘になりますです。でもそれに固執して裏切られ傷ついてゆくリカの方が心配なのです。リカには分かってない。気の遠くなるほどの長い時間を誰とも会話することができず、楽しい祭りもじっと眺めているだけ。
Yes. So I know sometimes when Samus is here, yeah, he does exactly that.
子供たちの遊ぶ輪を横で眺めていることしかできない悲しさなんてわからない。
I'm like, Samus, why don't you have channel points to do this? And he's like, because I put every channel point I've received into the goal.
誰にも渡 私の姿が
Oh, Deadbeard. If you listen to the background of this, is that a saxophone? Like a high pitch, like a soprano sax or something? So I was getting from that piano, violin, saxophone.
誰にも私の声が届かないし、誰も私に話しかけてはくれない。
This word.
そんな辛さや悲しさがリカに想像つきますのですか？その中でやっと出会えたリカなのです。僕はリカがいなかったら生きていけない。
So I was just noticing it because they've reused a bunch of music in this multiple times. But that's the first time they've had that mix of it with that saxophone-like thing in the background.
でもリカのように死ねもしないのです。僕は時の果てまで一人ぼっちで生きていかなくてはならない。新しいあなたが現れるまでずっと膝を抱いて一人で過ごしていかなくてはならない。僕は
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is. To me, it sounds like a higher pitch. I stopped because it had just started as I was talking. Yeah, like a higher saxophone.
絶対に嫌なのです。ハニュ
I'm gonna
だ
raise
から
my
リカ、
desk. It's
あ
gonna
の悲しい約束を取り消してほしいのです。この世界でも運命に打ち勝てなかったらもう全てを諦めるというあの約束を取り消してほしいのです。羽生、ごめん。もう少しだけその返事を待たせて。
I want to do what I can until the end. When that happens, I can decide what to do. I think there's still some hope I can go on living. If I feel desperate enough, I can just give up. Might not ultimately be a bad thing to repeat June of 1983 over and over. Perhaps I might be blessed with another fortunate life someday. Anya nodded with a little satisfaction after hearing that, sensing that my feelings were starting to lean the way she wanted them.
どうしたよレナ。リカちゃんをお持ち帰りする算段でもしてるのか？
ねえケイチくん、リカちゃんに元気がないとは思わないかな。
どうだろうな。奉納演舞の疲れが抜けないんじゃないのか？
Joan was sitting all by herself wearing a sad expression. It said she might still be tired from the festival. That wasn't really how it looked.
さとこちゃんが解放されて踊り上がってもいいくらいなのに、なんだか昨日からリカちゃんの様子がおかしいように思うの。悩み事でもあるんじゃないかな。
てっぺの件は完全に決着したはずだろ。リカちゃんが悩むような問題は何もないはずだぜ。
He thought Sadako and Rika-chan might not be able to live together if they found a new guardian for Sadako. That problem is almost solved. Either the Sonozaki family or the Kimiyoshi family will become her guardian. Mayor Kimiyoshi is already Rika's guardian. The Sonozaki family gets custody. Sadako will officially become Shion's little sister. Anyway, I had no idea why Rika-chan was acting so
こういう
upset.
時は声をかけてみるのが一番じゃねえのか？
それがかえってデリカシーがない時もあるし。でも、ケイイチくんなら大丈夫だと思うかな。
I don't want us to appear insensitive. Just you. You can go ask. It's fine.
それはつまり、俺にデリカシーがないって
Custardy battle. And laughed and stuck her tongue out at me. Walked up to Rika-chan and struck up a conversation. Perhaps something's still troubling Sadako, we just don't know about it. If that's the case, we need to help
元気
her.
なさそうだな。何か悩んでるのか？
あ、ケイイチ。
Rika-chan had been daydreaming, and it took her a while to realize that I was talking to her.
僕が悩んでるように見えましたですか？
まあな。どうしたんだよ。何かあったのか？
It took her a while to answer. Such a long silence had to mean
ケイイ
yes.
チ、聞いてもらいたい詩がありますです。
Okay, I'm sure we love
誰が
poetry.
作った詩かは聞かないでくださいです。そして聞いたら感想を聞かせてほしいです。
いいぜ。どんなのだよ。
Rika-chan closed her eyes and recited a short poem. It went something like this. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to receive. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise.
結構難しい詩だな。それはリカちゃんが作ったのか？って聞くのはなしなんだったな。
なしです。
We need Baker to come back to bring back haiku chat.
ケイイチはこの詩を聞いてどんな感想を持ちましたですか？
Hi, buddy.
No more cone for Cheerio.
Yeah, his cone came off.
He'll have his balls, but that was 2 weeks ago.
You're matching him?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, buddy. Oh.
Okay, tell them what you have to say.
He is the sweetest cat I've ever seen. He is loud. Not that loud. He's loud, rumbly, and he's very wiggly. Like, if you're laying down next to him, he loves pets. He'll get pets until the end of time. But you'll be, like, petting him, and he'll be, like, doing a barrel roll, so you can, like, pet all parts of him equally. Everyone has the right to be happy, but it's so hard to receive. I understand that. Everyone does have the right to be happy. Doesn't mean that everyone can receive that happiness. Everyone has the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to fulfill. It's a little harder to understand, but exercising the right probably refers to the process of finding happiness. Everyone has the right to work hard for their happiness. It's not that easy for the work to bear fruit. I have the right to be happy, yet it's so hard to compromise. I guess she's trying to talk about compromising your happiness. There's no limit to human desires. Never stop wanting more. So people need to make compromises on their happiness. At least that's how I understand it. She's trying to say we should be satisfied with what we have. It sounds like a positive statement. There's also a negative tone to the way it's presented.
この詩は多分詩を作った人の心情を表しているものだと思う。
Yes, you do hear dissatisfied puppy friend. We have like a kid's gate that separates part of the house, so just outside. So there's this room and the room behind the cat's rooms, and like the little corridor that comes out. And he really wants to play with the cat, but the cat's very scared, and he's a very loud, big boy. So, at some point during the night, the cat actually went out exploring the house, because it can squeeze through the little kitty bars. And Buck the dog noticed him, and he was trapped under the couch since some, like, early time in the morning. Just being too scared to leave. We had to fish him out, well, like, 20 minutes before a stream. And we're hoping one day that they become friends. Yeah.
僕もそうだと思いますです。それで、感想はいかがですか?
Yeah. So he's gone out exploring a couple of times. And now, because originally he was just in the one room, so we could, monitor and make sure he wasn't sick or anything like that. And then we opened up to the two rooms, and he's got like one of those little like tubes he can go through, so he kind of has like a little hidden passage to it. And a couple of nights ago, I think he actually came in here at night because a bunch of stuff was knocked off the desk, the trash can was knocked over, there was cat hair all over my desk. So I think he came in, like, jumped up on our desk and was like investigating. So he's slowly becoming more and more curious and willing to explore. So, fingers crossed they can become friends, take all their naps together. She wouldn't admit it, but I'm sure Rika-chan is the one who made that poem. It's reflecting on how she's feeling. Not that smart, but even I can understand that.
悲しい歌だなって思った。
Is he just like hip thrusting your monitor in?
Mm-hmm.
悲しい。
Cheerio!
Buddy. Hi, bud.
最初の2つはわかる。幸せに過ごす権利は誰にだってあるが、だからといって誰でも簡単に幸せになれるわけじゃないもんな。そういう厳しさを謳ったものだと思う。でも最後の一つは毛色が違う。妥協ってのは諦めるって意味だ。この詩の私は幸せになることを諦めて今を妥協して幸せだと思い込もうとしてるんだ。
幸せだと思い込もうとしているですか。
それも未練いっぱいにな。誰だって努力さえすればきっと幸せになれるのに、自分だけはそれが絶対届かないと分かっている。そんな諦めが漂う悲しい歌だ。
なら圭一、この詩の私はどうすればいいんで
What's
しょ
he
う。
doing?
He lost his footing and almost fell.
Bud, you have to learn balance.
くじけるなってことだな。
くじけるなですか。
この詩を歌ったやつは自分がどういう風になれれば幸せなのかそれは決して高望みしたものではないと思う。どうやったら幸せになれるかを延々3段も考察してるやつなんだぜ。だからここまで幸せになりたいと一途に思ってるのに絶対に諦めちゃダメだと思うぜ。
Did you see his tail when you sneezed?
No. What happened?
His like tail went like it like flicked.
Oh.
Like it almost went straight up and then came down. Yeah, I don't know what it is. He doesn't seem to have good balance. Like you're on the couch next to him and you're giving him pets, and he'll just like keep rolling, like I said. And sometimes he'll just like keep rolling and he'll roll off the couch.
I'm telling you, he's not a cat. He's a puppy. He likes cuddles.
Yeah.
He has terrible balance.
Yeah.
Like he's a puppy. He wants to always be pet. He's not picky with food.
Yeah, we've yet to find a food he doesn't like. He just won't eat out of our hands all the time.
俺たちは絶望的な状況をほんの数日でひっくり返したんだぜ。みんなで力を合わせればきっと奇跡が起こせる。リカちゃんだってそれを目の当たりにしたはずだぜ。あるんだろ悩み。打ち明けてくれよ。
打ち明けたいことはあります。でも打ち明ければみんなはもうひなみ沢でのんびりと暮らすことはできなくなるでしょう。私にとっての幸せはみんなと楽しく昭和58年6月以降も過ごすこと。だからこそ6月をくぐり抜けるためだけにみんなを巻き込んでもそれは私にとっての幸せではない。
ひなみ沢にのんびり暮らせなくなる？どうしてだよ。
打ち明けたことを知られたら奴らは必ずみんなを殺す。だから助けを求められない。
Cheerio.
殺すって穏便な話じゃないな。まさかリカちゃん誰かに脅迫されてるのか。
Word kill is not something that most people use casually. Shocked to hear it coming from her mouth. But I couldn't help but raise my
誰が
voice.
敵かもわからない状態です。一つわかるのは誰かが私を必ず殺すということだけです。
ごめんリカちゃん話してくれ。一体何があったんだ。
Is Teppy threatening her? No, that's not possible. The police arrested him. Besides, the Sonozaki family told him never to come back to the village. There's no way he could contact Rika-chan in order to threaten her. Even if that was somehow the case, Rika-chan could just talk to Mio and everything would be taken care of. Based on her expression, it seemed like this is way deeper than that.
ごめんなさいです。これ以上言えばきっと巻き込みますです。圭一たちが巻き込まれれば仮に6月を超えられてもそれは私の望む世界じゃない。だから打ち明けられないのです。それが多分私が望む幸せに対し妥協しないということなのだと思いますです。
リカちゃんがさっきから何を言ってるのかさっぱりだが、リカちゃんのその言い方先日までのさとこにそっくりだぜ。
さとこに
So the other night, we had Cheerio in the room, and he was on my lap at first, but then he climbed up onto my desk, and he rested his head on my keyboard and took 93 screenshots into my Steam library.
ああ
I think he's trying to figure out how to get onto my desk from yours now.
Oh my god, Cheerio. Oh my god, don't you dare.
Okay, he gave up on that. 93. So, things to know. This, whatever the Steam one is, if it's F11 or F12, I can't remember what it is. There's like next to no like trigger in that. I think if you just like hold the button down, it just goes deet 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 deet.
Cheerio, please.
Oh, he jumped down.
Okay.
You good, bud? Hey, your little bed's over here if you want that. You just exploring now? You can jump up on my lap? What are you doing?
耐えることが美徳だと勘違いして戦う勇気を忘れてる。そういう風に聞こえるな。電話でさとこに戦う勇気を奮い起こせと劇を飛ばしたリカちゃんらしくもないぜ。
The words clearly hurt Rika-chan's feelings. She bit her lip and went quiet for a moment.
巻き込まれれば圭一たちもきっと殺されますですよ。
殺されるのはごめんだな。でもよ、放っておけばリカちゃんは必ず殺されるんだろ。だったら 俺もリカちゃんのいない未来なんてごめんだな。リカちゃんが俺たちを巻き込みたくないって思うように、俺たちもリカちゃんを失いたくないって思ってる。
Jump up on my lap?
荒事は大歓迎だぜ。それに3人集まれば文殊の知恵って言うだろ。部活メンバーみんなで相談し合えば必ず妙案が出るぜ。
いくら部活メンバーでも無理なものは無理だと思いますです。
What are you doing?
俺たちを巻き込みたくないから
He's heading over
打ち
to
明け
you.
られないんだな。
Buddy?
ならリカちゃんは俺たちに打ち明けず一人で死のうってことなんだな。
Oh, good boy.
そういうことだと思いますです。
耐えることを美徳だと勘違いするな。戦う勇気を思い出すんだ。心の整理がついたらいつでも何時でもいいから相談してくれ。俺たちは絶対に力になるからな。
ありがとうです。
Riki-chan is wearing a sorrowful smile. Tells that she appreciated my sympathy. I don't know why, but Riki-chan is troubled by something. A matter of life and death for her. She can't even talk to us about it. Verily, she won't talk to me.
どうだったケイイチ君。リカちゃんが悩み事だって？
I've never seen someone's picture that far off on the screen. Are we gonna get 4 on the screen for once?
サトコ、変なことを聞いてすまんが、リカちゃんが命を狙われているような話ってあるのか？
は？何を言ってるんですのケイイチさんは。リカちゃまは村
That's
の
the
シンボル
first
じゃ
time
ない
we've
です
ever
か。
had 4 people on the screen. It's also the first time we've had 4 abominations on the screen. Just like the way that they were positioned, it looked like they were setting it up.
拝む人はいても命を
And in
狙う
fact,
人
with the
も
way
いる
they've
わけ
done
な
it,
い
they
です。
still could possibly have one right in the middle behind those two.
なんだいなんだい。物騒な話だね。
The more I talked to my friends, the stranger it seemed that someone would try to kill Riki-chan. Everyone was more confused than I
リカちゃんは
felt.
悩みを打ち明けてくれたわけじゃない。でも何かに悩んでるのは間違いなく、それはかなり深刻らしいんだ。リカちゃんが俺たちを信頼してくれるならきっと近いうちに打ち明けてくれると思う。その時はどんな突拍子もない話であってもきっと信じてあげて力になってあげよう。きっとだぜ。
We looked at each other and nodded. Alright, so we got one tip. Why is the achievement called Rule 34? I don't think that means what they think it means. This is Fated Notebook 2.3. 2 to 3, I guess. The Son of God promised that he'd be resurrected within 3 days. Sinful men guarded his grave to make sure he would not wake up. That was foolish of them. It meant that his spirit and his lessons would be resurrected, not his physical shell. Do not be afraid of physical death. If you achieve great things, you will live again. You will surpass death and become immortal. The demon took the Son of God to a cliff and told him to jump off. He claimed that if he really was a Son of God, a miracle would help him survive. He tried to challenge the Lord. The Lord challenges humans, but humans may not challenge the Lord. Challenge is to suspect. Suspicion will speak words of evil into your ears and make you falter. Do not doubt your own achievements. Do not doubt your own life. Do not doubt your contributions. Do not let others criticize your achievements. That is the same as doubting your own life. Ifumi T. Maybe that's like, because that was based on the Bible. Maybe it's like 2.3 is in like chapter 2, verse 3 of whichever book of the Bible that's from. Okay, we'll save. Is this the last chapter? I have to check. Yeah, based on achievements, we have one chapter left. Let's finish this up. I forgot there was 2 chapters left. I was thinking it was just 1. Okay, and we're Rika again. I woke up. First things I saw were Sadako and the calendar. First one to wake up was supposed to tear yesterday's date off the calendar. Sometimes we both tear the calendar by mistake, so the date ends up 2 days ahead. Sadako likes to tear the calendar, and that makes her wake up early every morning. That'd usually make me smile. I felt devastated as soon as I saw the 22 on the calendar. It's gonna happen today, June 22nd, the day I die.
おはようなのです。おはようございますですわよ、リカ。二人ともおはようです。二人？あらあら、まだ寝ぼけてるでございますの？さとこの他にも、この部屋に住んでいる人がいますのですよ。その人にも、おはようを言いましたのです。もう、朝から怖がらせるのはなしでございますわよ。これでさとこは今晩怖くて僕の手を握ってないと寝られないのです。
Sometimes I feel like Sadako can see Hanyu. It's as if the 3 of us are living together. That would be a lot of fun. Time to go to school, but my body felt heavy. Today, I was gonna die. Knowing that, I didn't even feel like going to school. The more I've repeated the same life, the more precise I can detect my day of death. I always die on the day I feel this way.
リカ、そろそろ学校に行きますわよ。僕は、今日はお休みしますです。リカ、ケイイチさんに聞きましたけど、何か悩み事があるって本当なんですの？あるといえばあるし、ないといえばないです。
What else is there left to do? Today's the day, it's too late now. Part of me still feels like doing something. In this world only a few days. My emotions went up and down like a roller coaster. Sometimes I felt motivated to fight. Other times I felt desperate and gave up. Even though Keiichi and everyone else showed me such strength, I lacked the iron will to fight against my fate. The most confidence I ever felt was when all the dice came up for 6. A fortunate coincidence that was just handed to me. I was hoping to gain the courage to fight against my fate. Here I am today, conceding to destiny. Keiichi told me that we can make a miracle happen if we work together, but there was something he didn't teach me. He didn't teach me how to believe in that. I don't believe that I can make a miracle happen. I won't be able to even make a crack in the wall of fate. It seems so simple, yet it's so difficult. I couldn't even decide whether I should be on the stage or stay off it and remain as a spectator. I told Hanyu that I still haven't decided what to do after this world is over. That's a spectator's point of view. People on the stage, this world's the only one. For them, the end of this world means the end of their lives. And why'd they do anything to change their fate? And that's why they can make a miracle happen. I never worked hard enough because I always knew I could reset my life. I thought I was just one pathetic girl who couldn't change her own fate. That's why I ended up here again today. As if I slacked off on my summer homework and woke up on the last day of vacation with nothing completed. So what should I do? Should I not work on my assignment, knowing that I'm not going to make it on time anyway? Or should I do whatever I can, even though I may still get in big trouble? Perhaps a miracle will happen. Perhaps the homework will be done overnight. Miracles don't happen in homework. I have to do the homework on my own. Without effort, nothing will ever get done. Without effort, not even one question will be solved.
リカの好きなように過ごすといいと思いますのです。リカの大好きな窓際で甘いワインを飲むのもリカらしい過ごし方だと思いますのです。どうせ怒られるなら最後の一日も気ままに過ごそうという開き直りね。
Hello, Butler. How's it going? Hashtag miracles don't happen to homework. For Hanyu, it's not about the homework, it's more about the vacation itself. Vacation will be over no matter how much I want it to continue. In her eyes, it's pathetic for me to make a big deal out of not completing my homework, contemplating whether I should still work on it or not. Hey, however you feel like answering that. Top of that, I'm saying that I might as well die if my vacation is going to be over. If I was in her situation, I'd be laughing hysterically. I think she told me to seek everyone's help in order to finish my homework. I'm not taking that offer, not only because I don't want to cause them trouble, also because I don't want the teacher to know that I got help from them. If I was going to have regrets, I should have worked on it from the beginning. I had no intention of working on it, I should have just relaxed without stressing so much. I didn't care what other people thought, I should have asked for their help in the first place. Sorry to hear that, Bowler. I hope it gets better for you soon, then. Those are the 3 options I talked about with Hanyu yesterday. I didn't choose any of them. I've been living for over 100 years, but I still can't decide. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's been a good day. Went out on a couple walks, one with the dog, one I went out and voted in. We've got an election coming up. So I went out and did that. It's a nice sunny day, it wasn't too hot. Nice food. Now we're finishing up this game together. 100 years were wasted.
さとこ、僕は今日風邪をひいてしまったのでお休みしますです。そうなんですの？体温計でお熱を測ります？今日はゆっくりさせてくださいです。知恵には僕は風邪で休むと伝えてほしいのですよ。リコ、本当に風邪なんですの？なんだか命を狙われてるような話をしているってケイチさんが言ってて、私本当に心配してますのよ。ありがとうです。もう行かないと遅刻しますですよ。
Nanako looked at the clock, then looked back at me.
私は今すごく幸せですのよ。
Do you want to come up, bud? You want to come up? Hey, you want to come up? I'm just exploring.
みんなと楽しく過ごせて、またリカと一緒に暮らせるようになってとても嬉しいんですの。だからリカがいなくなったら私がどれだけ悲しい世界に生き続けなくちゃならないかよく考えてほしいでございますのよ。僕のいない世界。ええ、リカのいない世界なんてとても辛くて悲しい世界ですわ。
Never thought about that. That the world ended when I died. Never thought about the world after my death. That was never my concern.
だからどうか自分をリカが思ってる以上に大事にしてほしいんですの。
Come up, buddy. Yeah, you can come up. Come on.
リカ一人の不幸じゃない。リカに悲しいことがあれば、私もそしてみんなも不幸になることを決して忘れないでくださいますですのよ。さとこ。リカ、今日はそっとしておきますけど、悩みがあるなら絶対に相談するんですのよ。仲間が悩んでいるのに自分を頼ってくれないこともまた悲しいんですから。
Hey, don't go in the trash, bud. Nanako seemed like she wanted to say more, but she looked at the floor instead. I know what she's trying to say. I realize how selfishly I've been living. It's wrong for me to look at this world as a stage play. It's too late. It's too late now. Sadako left the house in a hurry. Honey and I were left alone inside the house.
僕もお邪魔でしょうから、リカが呼ぶまで消えていますのです。気が利くのね。100年生きても、リカはリカです。
You can stay there, bud.
100歳の仙人にはなれないのです。リカには年相応に悩んで考える時間があってもいいと思います。僕がリカに背伸びを敷いたこともあるかもしれませんのです。
羽生は悪くないわ。私が勝手に天狗になってただけよ。
僕とおしゃべりしたいときは呼んでくださいです。
もう泣きつかないの？私がこの世界で終わりにするのを撤回してほしいって。
リカは頑固な人ですから。
Yeah, no problem. If you gotta take off, get some rest, by all means.
言えば言うほど逆効果になりますのです。
さすが付き合いが長いだけのことはあるわね。
もうリカも悟っているようですから言います。今日です。悔いのない一日。リカが何をしてもしなくても朝が来て夏休みが終わるようにこの世界も終わります。でもリカが望めば次の朝も訪れる。そしてそれはまたしても今年の6月かもしれないけれど、朝は朝。
もっと小さい頃、毎日が退屈で、毎朝起きても同じ日が繰り返されてるんじゃないかって思ったことがある。それが本当になるだけのことだしね。
今日を有意義に生きてくださいとだけ言いますのです。これ以上は僕は何も言いませんのです。
多分今日だろうと思っていたけど、あんたにはっきりと言われると答える。やっぱり終わるのね、今回。
はい。今回も終わりますのです。いつもと同じように。
And he disappeared and it went completely quiet inside the house. How should I spend my day? How should I end this day? Should I work on my homework knowing that I'm not going to make it on time? Only have half a day left. I have to do my best. Think about what I can do. This world is supposed to be a happy place. People are enjoying their lives. I should have enjoyed my life more too. I don't mean that I should have lived my life in blind optimism, because I should have enjoyed my life by fully experiencing both happiness and sadness. If I did that, I wouldn't be as worried about what to do after my death. I should have simply lived with all my might. When the time comes, it'll be over.
生きる。
It's a very important phrase. It sounds meaningless when I say it, because I can repeat this meaningless life as many times as I wish. Sadako was at school. I washed the dishes. Honey would usually stay with me when Sadako wasn't around. He's not here right now. It's been a while since I was all by myself. I never thought anyone could feel so lonely while washing the dishes. I was gonna die today anyway. This world is ending today. Why should I even wash these dishes? Because I'm thinking about Sadako. We'll have to move on with her life after tomorrow. I will encounter a new Sadako in the next world. But I realized something after hearing what Sadako had told me earlier. After I'm dead, I wonder how Sadako will move on with her life. The world that I've left in the past all went on without me. I wonder if Sadako will be able to cook without me. I wonder if she can go shopping on her own. I wonder if she can wash her clothes by herself. I've been avoiding thinking about this, but Sadako and my other friends must have been overcome by sadness. It's too late for me to think about this, but I started feeling like I want to cry. I'm feeling like this because I don't want to leave this world. This is the world that I've always wanted. I hope that I can continue to live in this world beyond June 1983. After a long journey, I finally ended up in this world. I was able to truly live in this ideal world for only one night. Night of Watanagashi. This world will be shattered again after I die tonight. Finally saved Sadako, and all our friends assume that her happy life is returned. However, I'm gonna die tonight. They will mourn for me. Worked so hard to make a miracle happen, but they're gonna lose their happy world in just one day. Am I gonna start a new life in the next world as if nothing happened? I'd lived 3 days in my new world. 3 sad days were gonna pass in this world. It's no good. Can't think straight anymore. Couldn't stop the tears from flowing from my eyes. I hugged Sadako's pillow and cried. Smell her scent. After I die, Sadako will probably hug my pillow and cry just like this. Is everyone else gonna cry for me too? Sure they will. And they'll be sad. Not about my death. They'll be sad not because I'm dead, but because I never told them about what was troubling me so much. Wonder if they're gonna feel regret. They wonder what they could have done to open up my heart. They could have done to help me in my time of trouble. They wonder what they could have done to save me. I felt miserable and frustrated. I held Sadako's pillow and continued to cry. The next moment I heard the phone ringing. I tried to ignore it, but it wouldn't stop ringing. I picked up the phone hoping that my friends would call to check on me. However, I heard a weird guy's voice coming from the receiver.
どうも、おこのぎ造園と申しますが、古出さんのお宅でいらっしゃいますか？
おこのぎ
Okanagi from the Mountain Dogs. The first time I'd received a phone call from
緊急
him.
のご連絡がしたくってお電話させてもらいました。学校にお電話したら、今日は休んだと言われましたもので、具合は大丈夫ですかいね？
I'm not alright, so this is the day I die. I knew he had no idea, but I couldn't help but feel
風邪な
upset.
のです。ちょっと今日はゆっくりしていますです。
そうですか。偶然とはいえ、それは。
I had no idea what made him say that he was glad I was sick.
僕が風邪をひくと、おこのぎの好都合になるのですか？
いえ、実は、あなたの命が狙われている可能性があるっちゅう連絡が入ってきたんです。
それはどういうことなのですか？
この度の富武氏たちの事件なんですが、東京の調査の結果、入江所長が黒幕である可能性が高いっちゅう連絡が入ってきました。
入江が黒幕？
This is the first time I've heard something like this. This isn't something that happens at random. It's the first time. It means it's not just a coincidence. I'm hearing this now because of something that I did differently in this world. I've done many things differently in this world, though. Can't tell which decision led me to this result. However, maybe this is something that can change my life drastically. Okanagi continued to explain to me. There had been budget cuts to their research, and they were scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Irie was strongly against that, because he was embezzling their research money by requesting bigger and bigger budgets. Because they were going to cancel their research, he tried to sell the research data and make a lot of money off it.
それは本当なのですか？
信じたくないでしょうが、事実ですんで。まあ、入江所長はどこか後ろめたそうなところがありましたんよ。すったらんな感じでした。
I think I can say with certainty that Irie is not that type of person. I've been around him for years, and as far as I know, he's not a bad guy. He doesn't even have the guts to be one. He tends to be cold-hearted for the sake of his research. He can't shake his regrets. He's simply a nice person. It's hard to believe that he was embezzling money from Tokyo. Starting to be suspicious of Takano, but she's actually a nice person too. She seemed mean at times, but she could also act as innocent as a child. However, I'm starting to suspect her because Oishi told me that the body they found in Gifu might not be Takano's body. Okanagi works for Takano. That means I can't trust Okanagi. In other words, I can trust Irie because Okanagi is clearly just trying to set him up. On the other hand, if Takano isn't guilty, I could be making a huge mistake. It seemed to me as though Tomitake and Irie were good friends. If Tokyo suspected that Irie was embezzling money from them, Tomitake would have treated him far more coldly. Anyway, at the very least, Tomitake of Tokyo didn't have such a bad impression of Irie. The Irie of the Irie Institute and the Tomitake of Tokyo were good friends. Tomitake of Tokyo and Takano of Tokyo were good friends. Takano of Tokyo and Okanagi of Tokyo were superior and subordinate. Okanagi of Tokyo says that Tokyo is suspicious of Irie. This doesn't make sense. Everyone seems to be good friends at first glance. Links don't connect from start to finish. Irie thinks he has a positive relationship with Tokyo, but Tokyo is suspicious of Irie? That's just odd. The chain should be connected, but one of the links is twisted out of order. It's breaking the loop.
すでに東京が内定に着手してますんで、詳しいことはもうちょい待ってほしいそうです。また、入江はあなたを何らかの交渉の最後の切り札に使おうとしている可能性があるらしく、それでご自宅にいられるんは都合がいいと言ったんですんで、すでに古出神社の周辺は山犬が3交代、20人、もちろんご安心ください。それっちゃわからないように気を利かせてますんで。
すごい警護体制なのです。その警護はいつまで続くのですか？
東京から解除の命令が来るまでずーっとですんで、今回の一件が解決するまでです。
It should have been good news for me, since today was the day I was supposed to die. This is exactly the kind of security I wanted. That's why I let Takano into the ritual storehouse. However, I have a bad feeling about this. Tokyo should be my ally. That arrangement is just like Irie's relationship with Tokyo. Everything seems in order from my end, but when you trace the other way, it feels like something's off at some point. I have this uncomfortable feeling because I have a few uncertainties about Tokyo. Tokyo and Irie have strong ties. They're suspicious of him? Is Irie actually a bad guy? Is Takano still alive? Is she the one who killed Tomitake? Those questions and more may be uncertain about accepting help from Tokyo. I thought Tokyo is a single organization. They move with a single intention. In reality, they have multiple different intentions. In other words, there must be multiple... what's the word? In the political section of the newspaper all the time. Factions. There are two factions in Tokyo, one that wants to remain friendly with Irie, and one that looks down on him. That would explain the irregularities I'm sensing. Maybe I've been talking to Oishi too much. He hadn't told me that he was suspicious of Takano, but I believed Okanagi without a doubt. Are you okay, bud? What are you doing? Hey, bud. Well, maybe not. But why don't you come up so I can actually pet you better? Come up. Wow. Here's a good boy. Irie was loyal to his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. Tokyo understood this, so his relationship with Tomitake wasn't particularly strained. Plus, Irie isn't the type of person who would commit embezzlement. A law-abiding citizen with a good moral character. Are you okay, bud? Of course, he has some ambition as a researcher. That only goes as far as common sense expects any researcher to. It's nothing like the criminal aspirations that will lead to major embezzlement. A great number of the mountain dogs were going to be guarding me. This is what I'd been wanting in my previous lives, but for some reason I couldn't be happy about it. Couldn't help but feel depressed. This house is like an empty bird cage, and they'd be the fox with the feathers stuck to its face. I don't know if I can really trust the people who are protecting me. Are you slipping, my dude? Come on. There you go. I tried to recall more about Okanagi. Mountain dogs have been protecting me for years. Okanagi proved his skill in many of my other lives. To them, I'm something of a special existence. If something happened to me, it would be a disaster. The Irie Institute is there to keep Hinamizawa syndrome under control. The mountain dogs are there to protect me from evil. Oh, dude, there you go. You have no balance whatsoever. So why would they try to betray me now? Thought about it for a while, but I had no idea. I just know one thing for sure. I can't feel comfortable with the protection of the mountain dogs alone. I wanted someone other than Tokyo protecting me. But I bet such a person wouldn't believe me. Wait, what about Oishi? I'm keeping in touch with Oishi since the other day. He's... Bud, please. He still thinks that the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa are all plotted by the village authorities. If he believes that, then he might believe that my life is in danger. For him, I'm a special person with lots of useful information. The mountain dogs hate the police, though. I asked them to assassinate Sadako's uncle. They refused, because he was being watched by the police. I would feel relieved if the police were guarding me along with the mountain dogs. That way the dogs wouldn't be able to harm me, even if they were working for an evil faction of Tokyo. There you go, bud. Besides that, if my suspicions towards them turned out to be baseless, more protection couldn't hurt. I'm sure that double security will keep me safe.
わかりましたです。今日はおとなしくしていますです。
ええ、そうなさってくださるとうちらも助かりますんで。町へ繰り出して変なチンピラに喧嘩でも売られるとうちらも苦労しますん。
根に持たれているのです。
では、そういうことです。風邪、お大事になさってください。
Specifically says, please take care of your cold.
風邪の診察に診療所に行ってはいけませんですか？
万が一ということがありますんで。入江診療所には当分近寄らないでください。
And specifically he says, don't go near Irie for the time being.
妙な注射でも打たれやすと大変ですかいね。
入江はそんなことしないです。
しないとうちらも思いたいですがね。その疑いが解けるまでちょいとしばらく慎重にしてほしいっちゅうこってん、安情ご理解をいただきたいんですわ。つったらんしゃもないのです。
おこのぎもいつの間にかすっかり地元言葉になりましたです。
最初は普通の東京なまりだったです。直せと言われれば直せるつもりですがね。地域に溶け込むのが仕事ですから。
I finished speaking with them. As I hung up the phone, I opened my phone book. Looked for the number of the Okonomiya Police Department. It was nearly noon. Like the pages of the phone book were sticking to my skin. I must have been in a hurry. I really don't want to die. I want to stay in this world. I want to leave this perfect world, so I'm trying to do something because I don't want to die. I'm trying to live with all my might. I'm trying to enjoy my life. For the first time, I was spending my last day positively without drinking wine until I was drunk.
もしもし、大石です。お待たせしてすみませんでしたね。ちょいと今からお隣の県警に行ってこようとしてたところでした。どうもあちらさん話が通らないんで、直に襟首を掴んでゆすってやろうと思いましてね。
県警、高野の死体のことですか？
ねえ、周りは勝手に納得して高野の死体に間違いないって繰り返すんですが、それで直接行って見てこようと思います。死体が高野でないと分かれば話は一気に急展開しますからね。高野を重要参考人として手配できます。幸い向こうの柔道部とは交流がありますので、お隣の県警さんにも味方は大勢います。ちょいとみっちり話し込んできますよ。
But Koichi was proactively moving forward with the investigation. I That body really is Takano. I would be sad for her, but it would give me a reason to trust the mountain dogs. If it's not Takano, then it would tell me that she's part of this whole incident. No matter what the result is, it'll give me some kind of hint, but only if I'm able to stay alive. But really, it's unfortunate. The way she's leaving for Gifu. He can't be around to protect me.
実は変な声の電話があったのです。知らない人でしたが、村人だと名乗りましたです。
匿名の電話ですか。続けてください。その電話は何と？
僕を殺そうとしている人たちがいるというのです。早ければ今日にも決行すると言ってますです。
それは本当ですか。なるほど。それはありえない話じゃないな。わかりました。私はもう出発しなければなりませんので行けませんが、駐在にも連絡してあなたの近辺を警戒するように伝えましょう。今日はご自宅ですよね。風邪か何かですか？家にいて戸締まりをしっかりしてください。すぐに警官を行かせます。
おいさん、どうしたんすか？先方との約束の時間ギリギリですよ。
今ね、フルでリカから電話がありました。匿名の電話があり、彼女の命を誰かが狙っているらしいと警告してきたらしいって言うんです。
フルでリカオですか？どうして？村のマスコットじゃなかったんですか？
連続開始事件絡みで私と接触してたことに対する警告じゃないかと見てます。本当に殺すかどうかは疑わしいが、彼女も年頃の子供です。命を狙われていると聞かされたら穏やかにはいられないでしょう。それにここで信頼を損ねると以後の関係にも支障をきたしますからね。2、3人でいいです。大至急行かせてください。あと駐在さんにも連絡して、とりあえず彼女を安心させてあげてください。
了解っす。
They might have some kind of hint regarding the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, why she couldn't let her die.
私たちも現地の分からず屋どもを締め落としたらすぐにひなみ沢へ行きましょう。ちょいとハードな出張スケジュールになりましたよ。
こんなの楽勝っす。
こちらひばり。駐在警官が境内に入りました。R宅へ向かっています。
了解。引き続き監視されたし。
R と接触。警官を中に入れました。沖宮署に R から連絡があったようです。自身の身辺警護を依頼したと思われます。
うちらのことは喋ったんかいね。
命を狙われているとの匿名電話があったと言っています。作り話でしょう。またそれとは別に沖宮署から私服警官が数人派遣されるようです。
何年？山犬だけじゃ信用できんって国会ね。
厄介ですね。監視体制にも支障が出ます。
まさか気づいたんじゃねんかね。そんなわけはないとは思うが、全般に職質に注意しろと伝達。疑われたら意味ないんね。暗情警戒しろっちゅう伝えてえな。
了解。本部より全般、古出神社周辺に警察介入の動きあり、職質には特に注意されたし、今夜の決行ですが様子を見た方がよろしいのでは。
連絡はするが三差はやるっちゅう言うだろうな。明朝に R の死亡が発覚して話が進むよう、もうお膳立てが済んどるって話だ。警官に不審と思われとない。もし疑われたらおとなしを引くこっちゃん。
Well, she'd called the officers pretty quickly. The officers in the area arrived within 10 minutes after I spoke with him. He asked me what kind of phone call I received today. I decided to make up a whole story. It'll all be over if they check my call history, but I'm sure Oishi won't bother doing something like that. He thinks I'm worth protecting because I have information about the incidents in Hinamizawa. The policeman is one of the villagers, so I know him very well. More officers are coming here from the Okinomiya department. The officer told me to relax because he'd stay with me until then. Oishi must have thought I was frightened half to death after getting a threatening phone call. For about 30 minutes, 4 officers in plain clothes arrived at the shrine. The local officer returned to his police box.
状況は聞いています。神社周辺に我々が立ちますので、何かあったらすぐに呼んでください。あと、夕方になったら大石刑事がこっちに来ると言っていました。
So we're relieved to learn that Oi should be
どう
coming
か
here.
よろしくお願いしますです。
必ず一人がここの下にいますので、すみませんが、そのものにお手洗いだけは貸してもらってもよろしいですか？あと、緊急時用にそのものに合鍵を預からせることはできますか？
どうぞです。おトイレも貸しますです。
My house is on the second floor of a storage building. First floor contains emergency supplies for the village. Happy to know at least one police officer will be there for me. The officers confirm their positions on the map of the shrine. When we begin the storage building, 2 more will walk around the shrine property. 1 more officer will be standing in front of the stairs that lead to the shrine. World's Oishi is certainly reliable. In my other lives, Oishi tended to look at me as his enemy. However, in this world, he thinks I'm on his side. So that's because we all became friends with him around the time we saved Sadako. It was unfortunate at the time, but perhaps the return of Sadako's uncle was a necessary event. Kokonagi was right about Irie. He wouldn't be able to come near me with 20 mountain dogs and 4 police officers protecting me. Oh, I missed one. Kokonagi is the bad guy. They'd be discouraged from acting by the presence of police. Not too different from giving garlic to a vampire. This is the best protection I've had in 100 years. Even so, am I still going to be killed tonight? I need to do whatever I can. I should struggle as hard as possible. I won't give up. I won't even think about my next life. This is what enjoying life is all about. It's what living seriously is all about.
羽生いる？
いますのですよ。
どう思う？今回。
確かに僕もこういう展開はあまり見た記憶がありませんのです。
今回はひょっとしてって思うことはやっぱり罪なのかしらね。
僕は期待も失望もしませんです。ただあるがままに訪れる結果を眺めるのみです。
And he was still acting like a bystander. I knew she was going to say something like that, but part of me was hoping she'd say something more positive. When hearing her say what she did, I felt a little disappointed and wondered why Hanyu refused to be anything but an onlooker. Oh, are you itchy, bud? I always thought it was normal for her to be that way because she's a special existence. I also convinced myself I had to be an onlooker too since I was a similar being. However, I can't just let go of everything and become a bystander. I can't become like her. I can't stop hoping for a better life for Rika Furude. But hope was betrayed so many times, my heart was crushed countless more. That's why I stopped expecting anything to turn out the way I wanted. Was Hanyu the same way?
傷つくのが嫌で期待することをやめた。
I only lived for 100 years, but I know how frightening it is to have high expectations. Hanyu should also be aware of that, and she's lived far longer than me. I always thought that Hanyu was a special existence. Except for the fact that she's invisible, everything about us is the same. The same thoughts and feelings as everyone else, yet I saw her as a special existence. So I just assumed that her mind worked in a different way.
僕は理科に比べて長く生きすぎましたのです。喜びより悲しみが後に残り、期待すれば裏切られる方が多いことを知りすぎてしまいました。だからもう何が起こっても心を傷つけたいと思わないのです。
だから今回の世界でも私がひょっとするとこの運命から逃れられるかもしれないという期待。羽生は私がどうせまた失意のうちに殺されると思ってる。
そんなことは思ってないのです。
When he looked uncomfortable, he had no doubts that I'd be killed again that night. That's what it means to not have hope. She just can't own up to it. She doesn't want to hurt my feelings.
聡子と同じなのね。何かの幸運か誰かが助けて奇跡を起こしてくれるまで 耐えて待っているだけ。戦うことを恐れているだけよ。それを強さだと勘違いしている。つい最近までは私もそうだったけどね。
He looked down and bit her lip. She couldn't deny what I said.
何度も聞いてるはず。奇跡ってのはみんなで団結しないと起こせない。
Did you fail jumping
団
onto
結と
the
いう
seat
の
the first
はつ
time?
まり信じること。みんなで信じないと奇跡が起こせないのよ。
It just said, it sounded as though I was blaming her for the miracle not happening. Maybe I was too harsh to her. I stayed quiet and Hanya continued to look at the floor, shaking. She looked up to me and spoke. I noticed sadness, but also a little bit of anger in her eyes.
触れることもできず、話すこともできない、見ているしかできない僕もそのみんなに含まれるのですか？リカにどんな顛末も見ていることしか許されなかった僕の気持ちがわかるというのですか？
There was a slight severity in the tail end of Hanya's speech. Except for me, she can't communicate with anyone in this world. She hates to be reminded of that.
やめましょう。この流れは喧嘩になるわね。自分が殺されるまでの貴重な時間をあんたと喧嘩して過ごしたいとは思わないわ。
僕もリカと喧嘩をしたくはないのです。
でもこれだけは言わせて。私とあなたは友人だと思ってる。だから友人の人生が乗るか反るかという時に。
そのことは謝りますのです。でも期待するかしないかは僕の心の中で好きにさせてくださいなのです。
She can be very stubborn sometimes. Hanya seems weak on the outside, but she actually has a very strong moral code, one that she wouldn't bend for anything. She apologized to me, but she wasn't being honest. She still wasn't expecting anything good to come from this world. She still thinks I'm gonna die pitifully. That's why she refuses to believe in miracles. I've been living with her long enough to read her mind. I feel bad for her in a sense. I've been living too long and lost all of her hope. Anya told me to call her if anything else happened, and soon disappeared. I'm sure she's still around, probably watching me as if she's watching a TV show. The time of my death is slowly approaching. Will I be able to survive this time? A long time since I faced this fear without drinking wine. I was left with nothing else to do after washing the dishes and cleaning the room. The mountain dogs and police were protecting me. Just in case, I figured I should leave something behind for Sadako. I write down some recipes for her in the notebook. She'd be happy if I leave a will for her. I laughed at my own foolishness. No one would be happy to read a will. But they'll be devastated and wonder why I didn't talk to them. Exactly how I felt when Sadako didn't ask for any help when her uncle was abusing her. I wonder, will I be killed before Sadako even comes home? My memories of these days are never very clear. The day I die is always vague in my recollections. It's fine if I'm murdered before Sadako gets home. If I'm murdered after, then they kill her along with me? I don't want that to happen. Bad enough already that I ended up killed. If Sadako's murdered along with me each time, that would be too much to bear. How much have I ignored other people's sadness with that rash idea that the world ends when I die? Thinking about that made me feel truly ashamed of myself. I turned on the TV to try to reduce the silence, but it didn't help at all. Worse, not only did the TV not help with my fears, it felt like they symbolized Hanya and my allies, making me even more unpleasant. Past lunchtime, nearly 3. School should be out soon. I'm not there today, so they probably won't do a co-op activity. Sadako should be home shortly. Seems I'm going to survive until she gets home after all. If she comes home and asks what's troubling me, I might end up telling her the truth. If I talk to someone, that person will be demoned away by the mountain dogs. But I've never spoken to anyone about it. I didn't want my friends to get into danger, but Sadako was also murdered likewise in every world because she was involved with me. then we're doomed to share the same fate. It's better to know the truth than to be killed without knowing what's going on. But I'm under very strict security right now. I might be able to survive in this world. If that's the case, I shouldn't talk to Sadako about it. It won't be so easy to talk to my friends after all. Moments later, I heard a surprise yell of Sadako coming from the stairwell. She'd returned. It sounded like she was scared to see a stranger in our home. I'd have to tell her that the police were here. That would be tantamount to telling her that someone was out to kill me. I don't know how to explain it to her, or how much I should tell her. My thoughts were soon interrupted by the noise of a crowd. Sadako hadn't come home alone.
ただいまでございますのよ。それよりリカ、下のおまわりさんは何なんですの？
私服警官が護衛してるなんてどういうわけよ。あんた一体何をしでかしたの？
みーちゃん聞くこと違う。一体何があったのリカちゃん。
境内の中にも見慣れない人がいました。あれも私服警官ですか？ただごとじゃないんですけど。
俺たちリカちゃんが何を悩んでるのか知らないが、みんなで励まそうって思ってきたんだ。でもどうやらそんな悠長な事態じゃねえようだな。
I couldn't stop laughing upon seeing everyone rush into my house, all asking the same questions. Made me feel as though being depressed all day had just been a waste of time.
リカ、笑ってる場合じゃありませんでしたよ。どういうことなのか説明してくださいまし。
どうもこうもないのです。今日は僕が殺される日なのです。
はあ？
Everyone already knew what I'd been telling people about how I was going to be killed. I was surprised to hear it from my own mouth.
なあリカちゃん、俺は確かに昨日リカちゃんから聞いた。自分は誰かに殺されるみたいな話をな。でもそれはリカちゃんの冗談みたいなもんだと思ってた。だがな、もうごまかすのはなしだぜ。話してもらうぜ。
He just spoke with a harsh tone, as though I'd made him upset. My friend, he must think it's unforgivable that I didn't talk to him about it. He wasn't the only way feeling that way, though. Every single one of them was looking at me with worried expressions on their faces.
リカ、私はみんなに助けてもらいましたの。だから私もみんなのために何かの助けをしたいんですのよ。
気持ちだけで嬉しいのです。
リカが自分で私に言いましたのよ。戦う勇気を持てと。あなたは自分でそう私に言っておきながら実践していないではございませんの。
Sadako pointed out something that I'd already realized. I had no way to argue back.
リカちゃんは話せば巻き込まれるって言ったんだよね。リカちゃんが話さなくても私たちは巻き込まれる気でいるんだよ。
そうさ、俺たちは仲間で、リカちゃんの危機はメンバー全体の危機さ。かつてサトコが危機だった時もメンバー全体の危機として戦った。それと同じだよ。
命を狙われるとか物騒な話になればますます園崎家の出番だと思いますけれど、それこそ物騒な話に及ぶなら警察より頼もしいですよ。ねえおね。そうだよ。こういうことこそ相談してほしいね。何をトラブったの？リカちゃんを殺すって脅迫するなんてとんでもない野郎だよ。
まあリカちゃんの口の重さを見る限り心当たりがないのか薄いのかのどちらか。相手が分かってりゃ楽な話なんだからな。
みんなは鋭いので、僕が何も話さなくても勝手に話が進んでしまうのです。
リカ、はぐらかさないでほしいですわよ。ちゃんとお話しなさいませ。一体何があったんですの？これはどういうことなんですの？警察が来るなんてよっぽどのことですのよ。警察には話せて、どうして私たちには話してくれませんの？私たちには話しにくい理由なの？リカに話しにくいようなやましい理由なんてあるわけありませんでしたよ。
落ち着けサトコ。リカちゃんはこう見えても御三家の当主なんだぞ。お社様の生まれ変わりなんて呼ばれて年寄り連中に盲信されてるんだ。俺たちの想像のつかないところで 何か厄介なことに巻き込まれていたということもあるかもしれない。そういうごたごたをこれからこの村で楽しく過ごしていこうっていう俺たちに話したくなかったとか、そういうのじゃないのか？
村とリカちゃまに関わるヤバい話ですか。となるとお社様を盲信する年寄り連中の絡みとしか思えません。ってことは時期的に考えてお社様のたたり関係か。あれだ、富武さんと高野さんが殺された件絡みじゃないかな。
どうして富武さんたちが殺された事件がリカちゃんに関連してリカちゃんが命を狙われなくちゃならないの？話が突飛すぎるよ。
命が狙われてるって時点で十分話がぶっ飛んでる。俺たちが普段知る以上のしがらみがリカちゃんにあって、それを話せないってことなんだろうな。ビンゴだろ。あまり楽しい話じゃないから、むしろ仲間には話せないってんだろ。
信じられないですわ。本当なんですの、リカ。何か村とか富武さんたちの事件とかそういうのが関係していますの？
I remained silent but with my mouth open. I hadn't answered any of their questions, but they continued to ask, and eventually hit the nail on the head. More surprising than anything. Again, these are, after all, my beloved clubmates. I laughed once more. My issues and my secrets are so devastating to me. They stopped sounding like such a big deal when everyone talked about them together. They knew exactly what was going on without me saying a word. In that moment, I realized just how powerless I am. I had to tip my hat to them. Everything seems so foolish now. And so I decided to just tell them everything.
話しますです。でも、どうせ信じられませんのです。
信じるさ。リカちゃんが真実を語る限り、俺たちは疑わない。
Everyone's expressions turned grave as they vowed not to make light of anything I told them. And so I'm going to tell them everything. I want to see if they really will believe me or not.
話します。多分、私は富武と高野を殺した犯人に狙われています。
ってことは、それって連続開始事件の真犯人ってこと？
それはわかりません。ですが、その可能性もあります。
意味がわかりづらいですわね。どうして富武さんや高野さんを殺した人がさらにリカも殺さないといけませんの？
Oishi thinks Takano is the culprit. Okanagi thinks that Irie is the culprit. Either way, it sounds like someone from Tokyo is trying to kill me. Can't tell if it's Takano or Irie, but I do know that to them, I'm like a trump card. In order to explain everything, I need to talk about the relationship between Hinamizawa, Tokyo, and the Irie clinic. I don't think they'll believe me. It's such a ridiculous story. But who would ever believe it if not my friends?
話せば、みんな巻き込まれますです。いいのですか？
いいに決まってるぜ。リカちゃんが巻き込まれた時点で、すでに俺たちも巻き込まれているんだからな。
Everyone nodded at Keiichi's words.
話しますです。
I'm gonna see how everyone reacts, and ascertain what friendship is all about. And on my own, I opened my mouth and began to explain.
ひなみざわには、ある特別な病気があるのです。
This is the same song that plays when you're looking at the tips, which is supposed to provide you with additional information.
その病気の名前は、仮なのか正式なのかわかりませんですが、ひなみざわ症候群と呼ばれていますです。
Everyone glanced back and forth at each other when I mentioned the term. They'd never heard of it before. The name Hinamizawa syndrome has actually been around since before the war, the general term for the severe homesickness and mental instability that people from Hinamizawa experience when outside of the village. People in Hinamizawa have refused to leave the village since the era of Onigafuchi. It sounds familiar, and I did like a whole half-hour rant of this, that they, just in this game alone, in the series, they've used this song in at least like half a dozen different ways, different arrangements. Canonically, there is over like 2 to 3 hours of different arrangements of the song, not to mention fan-made versions of the song as well. including one version for each character in the game. Yes, yeah, and there's so many, I don't remember what the name of this one is called. Yeah, there's a name for all of them. The villagers believed that they'd be cursed by Oishiro-sama if they left, and people who did often came back because of that curse. Oh, and they also use the song, so I feel like here they're using it as like an information dump background, but they have also used it in, what's that, the 5th chapter? It's supposed to be used for when Shion feels like happiness, when she feels connected to the village, mainly through Satoshi. It's almost a trigger that when she sees him, this song plays in the background. In general, it used to be thought of only as severe homesickness. During the war, soldiers from Hinamizawa became mentally deranged in faraway places. That does sometimes happen in a war. What was unique about the soldiers from Hinamizawa was that the way that they killed their own comrades and committed suicide at the end. One doctor became curious about these cases and studied those soldiers. That's when they found out that there was actually a disease only found in Hinamizawa. According to this doctor, their strange behavior was not a result of their culture, it was a mental disease triggered by external circumstances. A mental disease with an external cause is different from a psychological illness, the result of some kind of physical disorder. It causes people to become mentally unstable when something triggers it. We're in the end of Game 7. There's 8 core games. So this game ends and there's one last core game. Outside of this, there's at least 16 non-core games. We played one of them on stream. I'm not playing the other 15. I did start playing... Hello, Hat. How's it going? I did start... playing one of them... sorry, I'm going to stretch here. There we go. I did start playing one of them off stream, and I can tell you a bit about what it is. So it's basically the same plot that happened earlier in this one, or in Chapter 4, where Sadako's uncle comes, she's being abused, except in this version, it's not just Keiichi who goes to kill her uncle, it's Keiichi, Shion, and Rena all decide they're going to kill him together. So there's that. There's also a bunch of manga adaptations. I've read a couple of them. They're actually very hard to get your hands on. There's obviously the anime. There's at least 2 different live-action adaptations of the game. A feature-length movie, a stage play. There's been a lot of different adaptations of it. I think there might even be other movies as well. Oh yeah, they did a full-length animated movie called Higurashi Outbreak, which is basically if the disease was treated like COVID and just like broke out and like the whole village was under quarantine by the government. So yeah, there's a bunch of media that's come out with it, and there, I don't know, having gone through all that, there's still things that don't entirely make sense to me. I think that's just supposed to be part of it. There are 3 categories of externally caused mental diseases: traumatically induced, substance abuse induced, and chemical imbalance induced. Traumatically induced disorders are cases resulting from damage to the brain from trauma or infection that influences the mind. This is the reason personalities can change as a part of head injuries. Substance abuse, as the name suggests, refers to cases where drugs, especially alcohol or stimulants, have influenced the mind. Last category is chemical imbalances. These are cases where some alignment in the patient's body causes abnormal secretions of bodily chemicals, which then influence the brain's functions. This may sound odd, but it's said that people tend to become depressed when they have a cold. All experience the ways in which physical sickness can cause a buildup of negative emotions. However, with chemical imbalances, the cause is more direct. Buddy, if you lay down, I can't give you pets. You're too far away. People's emotions aren't born from our hearts. Everyone should know logically that they are the result of chemicals secreted by the organs in our body as necessary. When the organs operating the secretion of those emotion controllers malfunction, it causes them to secrete abnormal amounts. The thyroid gland, for example, secretes hormones that regulate emotion. When that gland is defective, the balance of those hormones becomes unstable. This can cause people not only to have a physical sickness, but also mental sickness such as depression. People don't get mentally ill just because of mental problems. Human beings are made out of meat. You get mentally ill when the meat is defective. The doctor studying Hinamizawa syndrome also came up with a theory. He suggested that there's a pathogen endemic to Hinamizawa, that if its hosts stray too far from home, affects the chemicals in their brain and causes them to hallucinate. The villagers' belief in Oyashiro-sama is currently related to this endemic disease. People in Onikafuchi village know about this syndrome. They knew they couldn't survive outside the village. They also didn't want anyone else to enter the village because they would get infected too. They took this disease as a curse, not a sickness. The most significant symptoms of this disease are antisocial behavior and extreme persecution complex. Is that what Sherb says? You can't eat the defective meat. The eventual suicide caused by defects in the lymph nodes are also another unique characteristic. The unusual behavior of terminal patients is what inspired the legend of the demons coming out of the swamp and attacking the villagers. Basically, sick villagers developed severe persecution complexes and wound up killing other villagers. Sounds like a mad doctor, if she is. Let's fix that camera a little bit. There we go, that's a bit better. For a long time, the survivors of the disease started to comprehend its rules. They discovered that the disease is incurable once you contract it, but they started barring outsiders from entering the village. So once you become ill, you'll begin developing a persecution complex. This can happen to anyone in the village. Doctrine of Oyashiro-sama says that the blood of humans and demons was mixed together. Oyashiro-sama has control over the violent blood of the demons. People said that you'd become cursed if you didn't follow Oyashiro-sama's rules. That could also be understood to mean that as long as you followed Oyashiro-sama's rules, you could cope with this endemic disease. This is what was meant by the scripture in Oyashiro-sama's legend when that said they appeared, unified the humans and demons, and made them live together in this village. Then there was the most important part, the rules to prevent symptoms from appearing. Those rules are the taboos, and people were strictly taught that Oyashiro-sama would curse them if they broke those rules. The horrible, bloody traditions of the village were probably performed in order to force people to respect these taboos. There are several ways to keep the disease under control, but there are two main conditions for doing so. The first one is to prevent suspicion. If villagers are suspicious of someone, it can trigger their persecution complex, which can lead to them developing terminal symptoms. That's why they made sure to have such a tightly knit community so that people wouldn't suspect each other. If the terror of Oyashiro-sama's curse is emphasized, many don't know this. She's also a god of marriage and neighborly love. However, this condition is not as important as the other one. Indeed, Oyashiro-sama isn't even recognized as a god of friendship in Hinamizawa anymore. He's only worshipped as such in Okinomiya's Hirosaka district. Now, for the other condition. This one is much clearer and is practiced much more strictly. If villagers leave Hinamizawa, they will fall ill quickly, proportional to the distance from the village. Villagers nowadays will not get sick as rapidly, even if they leave town or even go out of the country for a long time. However long ago they would fall ill as soon as they left the village. It's very unfortunate that Keiichi got infected so soon after he moved to the village. It's also very unfortunate that he got sick just because he left the village for a few days to go to his relative's funeral in that one world. Hanyu felt so bad for him that time, and kept on apologizing over and over. Did it?
Suspicious.
I think it's always been like that, actually. I don't know. I feel like it's always been like that, but maybe it hasn't. Maybe. I'll take a look, because I did change things when I moved stuff over, so maybe I uploaded like the wrong version of it, maybe? This turned into a long discussion, but these rules etched around Oishiro-sama's curse represent the ancient wisdom of how to cope with Hinamizawa syndrome. Is there any way to use this mental disease for military purposes? The aforementioned doctor insisted there was, but the military didn't listen to him at the time. They were interested in developing a weapon that could make a dramatic change to the war efforts. They didn't have any money to spare for the research of this strange disease. In this way, research on Hinamizawa syndrome was abandoned. Then, the war ended. Japan started its reconstruction under American leadership. However, some powerful people in the political world didn't want to accept the American way of thinking. Some of them were fired by the GHQ. They still stayed on as advisors to the government, since Japan has a culture of respecting the elderly. Eventually, a political organization was formed, the object of which was to restore Japan to the way it was before the war. In the beginning, this organization was a very small group, the gathering of 2 or 3 individuals who shared the same ideals blowing hot air at a restaurant. Those 2 or 3 hit it off with each other and grew to the size of a class reunion. That group became a rather sizable organization, eventually becoming a political one. Well, it'd be more accurate to call them a secret society. The secret society eventually came to be called by the name of the place where it was based, Tokyo. There are many mysteries about Tokyo. One thing I knew for sure is it was comprised of old men from Japan's political stage, with strong power to directly and indirectly influence the government, and vast assets that meant they could work from the shadows. They were also connected to various corporations, and their goal was to return Japan to the way it was before the war. Of course, that was a pretty ridiculous goal. It was nothing more than an ideal in their minds immediately after the war, back when they were still bowing their heads to the occupation forces of those white barbarians. Once Japan's post-war reconstruction began, Tokyo steadily became a shell of its former self. It didn't totally become a shell, it culled the fat. Japan regained peace, and years passed. For some people continued to believe that Japan had been better before the war. They were determined to return the country to those times. So this Tokyo plotted how to restore pre-war Japan from many angles. They approached the problem economically, internationally, and militarily as well. Japan has no nuclear armaments due to the 3 non-nuclear principles. In other words, this country is to brown-nose America as long as they hold nuclear weapons. The number 1 priority of Tokyo is to be independent from America, with this country to be on equal footing and to obtain a weapon of mass destruction that isn't nuclear in nature. That was the reason why they started thinking about utilizing Hinamizawa syndrome. However, they couldn't study this disease openly. They had to utilize it for military purposes and had to hide the existence of the disease itself. They enlisted one young researcher, Yosuke Irie. I need to make it clear that Irie isn't some far-right supporter of this secret society. He's just a young, capable doctor and an earnest researcher. He published an innovative thesis, but other academics thought he was too radical. However, that convinced Tokyo that he was the only researcher suitable to study Hinamizawa syndrome. As someone young and ambitious, Irie was thrilled to take on the project of studying this rare disease with a large budget, a large staff, and his own facility. Researching the disease would mean that he'd end up infected too. No one would want to take on such dangerous research. He really was too young. His other options wearing down his youth, working hard at the night shift for the local practice. He wanted to answer the expectation of the sponsor who carefully selected him. And Irie was able to uncover that, as hypothesized, the Hinamizawa syndrome was a unique infectious disease. He developed both a treatment and a vaccine. Irie was extremely talented. The Irie Institute was formed to study the disease. Irie was nominally the head of the organization. Tokyo still sent out a supervisor, because when all was said and done, he was just a researcher. That supervisor was Mio Takano. Takano's job at the Institute was to act as a go-between for Tokyo and Irie, manage the research process, and preserve its secrecy. The latter was the most important part of her job. She had to do her best to prevent people from finding out that Irie was researching the disease, or even that the disease existed at all. The Mountain Dogs were formed for that purpose. They were under Takano's command, and their job was to prevent the Institute's secrets from being discovered. Mountain Dogs are one special forces unit specializing in unconventional warfare, known by Tokyo as vast influence on the SDF. Tokyo had set their eyes on the likelihood that a small elite squad of covert operatives would be the trump card in this anti-nuke era. They vigorously investigated these options. This was a worldwide trend since the Cold War. Everyone avoided sending troops directly to their enemy's doorstep. Man was also trying to be part of that world. As a result, by 1983, even the police had been forming secret special force units. Prefectural Police Squad 2, the one that intervened when Rena laid siege to her school, changed the name to Zero Company, grew into an anti-terrorism squad that handled hijackings around the Kansai airport area. The National Police Agency's Squad 6 was formed as a counter-terrorism squad for Narita Airport 2. They later changed the name to the 7th Company as well. They theorized that in a world where nations possess nukes they can't use, small elite special forces disrupting metropolitan areas would be the new way of waging war. In 1977, they developed SAT's predecessor, Special Task Force SAP, to serve as the National Police Agency's trump card in securing the peace. Likewise, the Japan Coast Guard established their Special Task Force, the SST, in anticipation of unconventional warfare on the coast. There are several known Special Force units in Japan. When you hear a phrase like Special Forces, most people tend to think of a movie or comic book. However, these units actually exist and are protecting Japan in secret. During the famous incident of suspicious boats off the coast of Noto Peninsula, news reported that helicopter squad trained in gun battles was headed there. These were called because the suspicious boat sank. That was because the Coast Guard's SST acted. However, the news never mentioned the SST or any other special force unit. No problem. We're still just discussing secret forces, because we're going deep into this, man. All of these units were established after Tokyo made a suggestion about it to the government. Researching military tactics under the name of peace and order worked perfectly for Tokyo. Since the mid-century anti-war movement made people resent those forces, special units have been kept secret as of 1983. Furthermore, these units are not all formed under the jurisdiction of the police. There are still many other military units that are kept secret from the average citizen. Mountain Dogs are actually one of those special units. They specialize in kidnapping, espionage, and preserving secrecy. You might as well call them an assassination unit. They were around during the dam conflict as well. Tokyo worked to put an end to the dam project because of the impact it would have on Irie's research. Mountain Dogs were the ones who kidnapped the Minister of Construction's grandson. Most people believe the Sonozaki family was at the center of the movement, but in reality the Mountain Dogs were responsible for many of the things the Sonozakis were accused of. In that sense, the existence of the Sonozaki family was an advantage to the dogs. Their main job after the dam conflict ended has been to continue keeping the disease hidden from the public. Spread of information networks in the modern age, the media jumped onto any unusual incident, quickly aired it to the whole nation. Tokyo doesn't want the disease to be known nationwide, so they're trying to utilize it for their own purposes.
I don't know what.
What are you doing, bud?
They're all at once.
The main task of the mountain dogs is to kidnap people suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. Those as gardeners. In actuality, they patrol the village to make sure nothing strange happens. They're the ones who demon people away who go missing. They're probably also involved in some of the mysterious deaths, too. The last important person is Jiro Tomitake. I don't know his real name. He was an auditor who was sent from Tokyo 4 times a year. He came to check on the progress of the research and outlined requests from Tokyo. Discussed the budget with Irie, too. He also got the observation report from Irie from Takano. That was his purpose. Irie started out by studying the autopsy results of dead villagers. Discovered many answers from that. In 1979, the Mountain Dogs kidnapped the culprit behind the murder of the construction chief. He was a terminal patient of Hinamizawa syndrome. The nature of his disease was dramatically clarified. The research made rapid progress after that. They discovered a vaccine, medication, and other methods of treatment for the disease. At the same time, they continued to investigate how to utilize it for military purposes. One of the interesting findings of the research was that the pathogen can only be found when the patient is still alive. On top of that, they couldn't detect the presence of the pathogen at all unless they used a certain inhumane method. In other words, it's virtually impossible to detect the pathogen by normal means. It left almost no trace, and the unusual symptoms it produced seemed like voluntary behavior. They concluded that the disease could be used to their advantage. However, Tokyo had been going through some changes. It's been almost 50 years since the war ended. The leaders and shadows behind Japan's government, who ruled from the center of Tokyo, began growing infirm and opening up seats, steadily passing their leadership to the new generation. The whole organization had started to shift. Of course, the purpose of Tokyo had stayed the same. Still a secret society of ultra-nationalists who want Japan to be at the top of the world. However, their ambitions to start a war with America and take over the world has diminished. Tokyo has directed its priorities towards the economy, international affairs, and education. It doesn't mean that those ambitions are gone entirely, however. Several seniors still alive retain those ambitions. Tokyo continues to finance military research. For the present day, Tokyo, Irie's research is actually something of an embarrassment. New Tokyo is no longer interested in his project, and they announced that they're going to cut their budget as soon as those seniors pass away. However, Irie objected to the plan, strongly appealed for the continuation of his research. This is what Okanagi was talking about. Irie is in disagreement with Tokyo. Irie's research has been making great progress. They've discovered various treatment and testing methods, even started to develop a treatment plan for the whole village. If they cut his funding, Irie's research would end without any results. Tokyo had a discussion with Irie through Tomitake, and they decided to shut down his research partially but not fully. However, they told him to immediately stop researching military applications of the disease and destroy all the research data related to that. He had little interest in weaponizing the disease anyway, so Irie accepted those terms right away. Tokyo probably believed it was better to let him find a cure for the disease than to terminate the project entirely. At this point, Irie considers himself one of the villagers. Perhaps exterminating the disease infecting the villagers without their knowledge is his way of atoning for using the village to advance his research and reputation. Both Tokyo and Irie agreed to fully terminate his research as soon as he discovered a way to completely eradicate Hinamizawa syndrome. Irie made a plan for the next 3 years, and he promised them that he would find a resolution by 1986 at the latest. The meeting they had in June was to discuss the plan and budget for the next 3 years. Which brings us back to the beginning. One theory goes that Irie is in opposition with Tokyo, and as his trump card he's planning to kill Rika Furude. The other theory is that Takano killed Tomitake, and as her trump card she's going to kill Rika Furude. Suppose I need to explain why Rika Furude can be a trump card. The answer to that lies in the ancient traditions of Hinamizawa. Supposedly members of the Furude family have the blood of Oyashiro-sama in their veins. I explained earlier that Oishiro-sama was made up as a method for having people cope with the disease, but that's not actually true. For the demons, the pathogens to survive, a certain being must be present. That being is the successor of the Furude family line. The truth behind the advent of Oishiro-sama and the coexistence of humans and demons is that Oishiro-sama was actually the queen of the village. According to Irie's research, Rika is adored by the whole village not because she's a charming little girl, because she's the queen carrier. Infecting patients are unconsciously driven to protect their queen. Irie says that's done with pheromones. Rika Furude's mother was also adored by everyone since she was little. However, as soon as she gave birth, people's attention quickly shifted to Rika. Irie calls it the succession of the throne. The queen is a precious existence to the people in the village. There are theories that the carriers of the disease are actually unable to survive when away from their queen, not from the village itself. Irie's research indicates that the queen can only survive in Hinamizawa. Infected patients can only stay alive when they're around her. But this is just a theory. Surprisingly, however, the doctor who first discovered the syndrome was also aware of the existence of the queen. That doctor was also knowledgeable about Hinamizawa's culture, and he was interested in how much value the village placed on the Furude family. He theorized that the queen lying in the Furude bloodline might have the power to manipulate the whole village. The truth is still unknown, but perhaps the Furude family really has held such power since ancient times, miraculous power that would make them perfect for serving the priesthood, although the only thing Rika can do is be doted upon by the villagers. This is all true, then the question is, what would happen if the queen disappeared from the village? During the war, a doctor prophesied that if the queen were to die, then all the infected would show terminal symptoms, and the whole village would be wiped out. He advocated for strict preservation of the queen's host. Rika is important to Tokyo not only because Irie found many answers after running tests in her body. If Rika Furude dies, the 2,000 people in Hinamizawa will turn into demons. It happened too fast for people to even realize that they're getting sick. They'll be overcome with a violent persecution complex and start killing each other out of fear. That's why the mountain dogs are protecting the queen, Rika Furude. Her death spells the end of the whole village. That's why Rika Furude is a trump card for those who know that she's the center of the whole epidemic. This is the story of Hinamizawa. Our tale begins in June 1983. Tokyo's liaison, Tomotaku, was found dead of the disease even though he was vaccinated against it. On the same night, Takano was also kidnapped and murdered. I don't know for sure if she's really dead or not. Rika Furude is also going to be murdered soon enough. While I've suspected Irie and Takano, this is my first time doubting Tokyo. I've always thought they were on my side. They had to be. My death would lead to nothing but disaster. At the same time, there might be people within Tokyo who could use my death as a trump card. I never considered that there were opposing factions within Tokyo. I guess I was naive enough not to realize that Tokyo had internal problems due to the generational gap. Anyway, I wouldn't be feeling this way if I didn't suspect that Takano might still be alive. I feel like I'm starting to see the greater picture. Also that Takano is the victim and Irie is the bad guy. The mountain dogs might be on my side, or there might be assassins who are trying to kill me. I'm too scared to choose a wine that might be at risk of having something poisonous mixed in. In which case, I could rest assured with a fresh unopened bottle, even if it was a little bad. After telling everything to my friends, I finally realized that I could only trust them and the police. Really dumb. I thought I was thinking so hard, but I never actually understood anything. For all this time, I made things clear just by talking about them with my friends. Never thought it would make such a big difference. And a long story that was, my friend. As I thought, everyone was staring at me with their mouths wide open in shock. Even Oishi wouldn't believe a story like this. It's only normal. I'm sure I sound like a crazy person.
診療所に研究のお手伝いに行っていますですよね。あれは入江の研究に協力しているだけではないのです。 聡子の治療のためでもあったのです。
そうだ、そういえば聡子が病気みたいなことを言ってたよな。
私が理科の話なら私だけじゃなく、この村に住むみんながその怪しげな病気にかかってることになるんじゃありませんの？でもどうして私だけがお注射しなくちゃいけないんですの？監督の作っている新型の栄養剤の実験じゃないんでございますの？
聡子は一度末期症状を迎えてしまっているのです。だから日に2回のお注射がないと、入江は聡子を救おうと特に熱心に研究してくれ
If
てい
you've
まし
ever
た。
wondered why he's such a creep towards her, here's why.
でも毎日2回の注射をしなくてもいい体にはどうしても戻す方法が見つけられなかった。でもいつか見つけると意気込んで、今日も熱心に研究を続けてくれていますです。
冗談じゃないですわよ。私たち監督の怪しげな研究に協力してお金をいただいてるんじゃありませんの？あんな注射一生やれなんて冗談っぽいでございましたよ。
Sadako looked upset that she'd been completely ignorant of all this. She also didn't want to accept the reality of having to manage her condition. Fake laughter sadly echoed in everyone's ears. Keiichi opened his mouth to speak.
その注射を1回でもしないとあの日みたいになるんだな。
It was a day where she forgot to take her shot. She convinced herself that the principal was her uncle. Her fear escalated, and she thought her uncle came inside the school to take her back home. When she feels that way, there's no turning back
そ
for
うで
her.
す。だから僕は聡子がお注射を忘れないように毎日しつこく言っているのです。
そんな信じられませんわ。大体何なんですの、末期症状って。私だけそんなの嫌ですわよ。どうして私がいつそんな末期症状になったって言うんですの？
Sadako's face contorted as tears began to flow from her eyes. I shouldn't have said this. Sadako is starting to remember something she's not supposed
聡
to.
子、思い出さなくていいのです。あれは事故なのです。聡子は何も悪くないのですよ。
嘘ですわ。嘘ですわ。リカは全部嘘ばっかりなんですわ。
The others probably had no idea what Sadako was talking about. And they don't need to know. They don't want to know about it because they're her friends. Anna gently touched Sadako's shoulder. She gently touched mine too.
私たちはリカちゃんの話ちゃんと信じてるよ。
ありがとうです。
そして今まで自分一人でよくそれだけの大変なことを背負ってきたね。リカちゃんは偉いよ。たった一人で今日まで人に言えない秘密を背負ってきたんだね。
I never thought Rena would say something like that to me. Now my eyes were filling up with tears.
人に話せない秘密を背負うってのは悲しくて重いよね。私のはリカちゃんに比べたら全然大したことないけどさ、少しはわかるつもりだよ。
そうですね。お姉もよく頑張ってます。お姉になすりつけて楽させてもらってるからよくわかりますよ。
みんなは僕の話を疑わないのですか？
どうして疑うんだよ。全部信じるって言ったじゃねえか。むしろ村の秘密が解けたような気がして俺はすっきりしたくらいだぜ。そのひなみ沢症候群という病気は感染症で、村に住んでる人はみんなかかってるのかな？
はい、みんななのです。でも昔とは違います。鬼ヶ淵村の頃に比べるとこの病気はとてもおとなしくなりましたです。だから別に遠くへ引っ越しても平気ですし、旅行だってへっちゃらなのです。
ただしものすごく低い確率で発症するってんだろ。
You stop buying more bits.
俺怖くてもう村を出られねえな。
もし病気にかかっても簡単な心構えで病気は抑えられるのです。それはとても簡単だけど 難しいこと。
Think you might be suspicious of someone. Don't be. You need to trust in them. Become too suspicious of someone, that suspicion will degenerate into a persecution complex, and it'll be too late. As long as everyone stays friendly and united, you never have to worry about this disease. This disease starts with anxiety. Modern people don't believe in curses the way people long ago did. It might be why we're more tolerant to the disease.
なんだなら私たちは全然平気だね。
だな。俺たちは仲間で、部活メンバーで、間違っても仲間を疑ったりするもんか。だからリカちゃんの話、俺は丸ごと信じるぞ。そんなヤバい話をすれば、俺たちがその山犬って連中に消されるかもしれないって思って、ずっと言えなかったわけだろ。
I nodded quietly. I don't want to think that the mountain dogs have bugged this room. If Okanagi hears this conversation, they will definitely kill not only me, but all of my friends tonight. It's true no matter who my enemy is.
ま、だとすると、すぐに部活メンバーは臨戦態勢に入った方が良さそうだね。状況を整理しよう。リカちゃんを殺すと大惨事になると信じてる連中が、リカちゃんの命を狙う可能性がある。間違いないね。
可能性でなく、必ず殺しに来ますです。どうかな。リカちゃんが切り札ならそんな簡単に切っちゃう？そうでございますわよ。切り札は殿下の宝刀。向かないうちが花ですもの。
Sadiko's eyes were still swollen, but she'd stopped crying.
甘いですね、さとこ。切り札は2枚以上あるときに限り、すぐ1枚切ります。そうだね。人質は複数で初めて成立する。一人の人質の価値は複数の時に比べて格段に落ちるからね。
とにかく向こうの状況がさっぱりわからねえ以上、殺されないなんて楽観はありえねえな。
Everyone nodded in unison.
みーちゃんは山犬って人たちをどう思う？敵かな？味方かな？
それは問題じゃないだろうね。僕は善良な狼ですって人に羊の番を頼むかい？
疑わしきは黒でございましたよ。その東京とかいう連中と全く関わりのない人たちに助けを求めた方がいいですわね。
だな。その意味ではリカちゃんが即警察に応援を求めたのは迅速ないい判断ってことになるぜ。大石さんは俺たちの味方なんだよな。
はい、大石には全てを話してはいませんので、僕の命を狙っているのを連続開始事件の犯人、つまり大石さんにも真実を話した方がいいと思うな。大人の力は重要だよ。リスクのある一手ですわね。かえって嘘くさくなって手を引かれるとまずいんではありませんの？
いや、大石さんには話そう。あの人今年が定年で、昔だからきっとどんな嘘くさい話でも信じてくれると思うんだ。
うん。大石さんは聡子ちゃんを助ける時にも警察の立場でありながら私たちに協力してくれた。頼もしい味方になってくれると思うな。
よし、大石には話そう。で、大石は今はしょ？
いえ、隣の県に行っています。高野の死体を確かめに。
ああ、隣の県の山の中でしたっけ？ドラム缶の中で黒焦げって話。でもなんでわざわざ大石ともあろう人が直々なんでしょうね。
高野の死体が違う可能性があるらしいのです。現地の県警が協力的じゃなくてあやふやなことを言ってるらしいです。
その山犬って連中は機密保持と情報操作が仕事じゃなかったっけ？私はなんだかその死体おかしいなーって思うね。というかあの人おとなしく焼いたくらいで死ぬとは思えないんだよね。
もちろん入江が黒幕で高野を殺した可能性もありますです。山犬のおこのぎはそうだと言っていますです。
監督が黒幕ってことはねえだろう。あの人は悪い人じゃねえと思うんだ。
そうですわよ。目と意とどう発言禁止にしてくれれば基本的にはいい人でございますのよ。
私もひなみ沢ファイターズの幽霊マネージャーとして監督は黒幕なんて玉じゃないと思います。どっちかというと利用される感じの人です。いい人すぎるというか。
はあ、誰も高野さんの肩を持ってあげない。
いやさ、監督と高野さんどっちが悪い人ですかって聞かれたらなあ。
高野さんが聞いたら怒りますわね。
Everyone laughed as though we were in the middle of club activities. After my life, they'll kill everyone here. Very possible. They'll all get involved in this mess, and I know that. But they could still laugh is really significant, I think. Started laughing along too.
客観的に見て高野さんだけ隣の県で死体が見つかるのがすでにおかしいよ。富武さんを殺した風に偽装するなら死体は絶対に見つからないところに隠す。山中で野焼きなんて見つけてくださいって言ってるようなもんだもん。
うん、レナもそう思うな。警察の管轄の及ばない県外で見つかった身元の確認しにくい焼死体を高野さんということにしようとしている気がする。その山犬って人たちはそういうのが本職なんでしょ。
なら構図が見えてきたぞ。山犬ってのは高野さんの部下なんだろ。山犬の隊長は監督が黒幕なんだって主張してるんだろ。高野さんと山犬ってのはグルだな。
富武さんのあの死に方は監督が殺したと思わせるためなんですわね。そしてそれがわかるのは東京だけ。そして本当の黒幕の高野さんの死体も見つかり、監督は東京に2人を殺したことを疑われて濡れ衣を着せられる。なるほど、これはなかなか凝った罠でございますわね。爪がいまいちでございますけど。
その濡れ衣ってのにも山犬って連中が関わってそうだね。
なあ、そうと分かったら監督に直接話を聞いてみないか。その方が早いぞ。
そうだね。監督が真実を話してくれるか嘘をつくか。私目を見れば。
ああ、レナさん嘘に敏感ですよね。
入江は山犬が監視していると言ってましたです。電話しても出られないか話せないかかもしれませんです。
なんだなんだ、聞けば聞くほど監督は濡れ衣臭いぞ。というか監督の身に危険が迫ってるんじゃないのか。
うん、私が山犬で監督に濡れ衣を着せようと思ったなら余計なことを言われる前にご退場願うね。
死体に口なしだね。どうしよう。大石は隣の県警の話が終わったらすぐに戻ってくると言ってましたです。だから時間は分かりませんが今日必ず来てくれますのです。
As when everyone glanced at the clock, it was already past 6:30 and starting to get dark.
なんだか腹が減ってきたと思ったらこんな時間なんだな。
We'd usually call it here if this was a normal day, but everyone decided to stay until Oishi came back and discuss what to do.
ごめんねリカちゃん、電話借りてもいい？お父さんに帰りが遅くなるのを電話しないと。
そうだな、俺もお袋に電話しないとな。
あ、私もばっちゃんに今夜は出前でよろしくって電話しないとな。こんな時間に抜け抜けとそんなこと電話したら後でこってりあと警察の人たちの夕食も考えてあげないとね。本家のツケで寿司でも頼むかね。
Everyone had a sensitive reaction to the word sushi. Their stomachs were empty after all. Seems to be true of those officers too.
リカ、うちも出前にしますの？そんなお金の余裕はありませんでしたよ。さとこ、みんなに自慢の野菜炒めでも作ってあげたらどうですか？無理ですわよ。こんな大勢になんか作ったことありませんわ。
さとこの野菜炒めか。指さえ入ってなけりゃぜひ食ってみたいな。
レナもさとこちゃんのお料理久しぶりに食べたいかな。 かな。
At that point, the phone rang.
もしもし、フルデなのです。
よかった。ご無事なようですね。大石です。高野さんの殺害現場の用事を終わらせましてね。途中のガソリンスタンドから電話しています。
それで、高野の死体はどうでした
やりましたよ。やっぱりそうでした。現地の県警の資料がとんでもないイージーミスをしています。連中間違いを認めやしない。ガツンと決めてやりましたよ。高野は車ごと行方不明です。富武殺しについて何か事情を知っている可能性が高いと判断し、ついにお社様のたたりの尻尾をつかみましたよ。ここから一気に引きずり出しちゃいます。
Bushy sounded so motivated. He'd finally found the hint he'd so desperately wanted. He actually solved the case,
それは
though.
土産話がとても楽しみなのです。
これからクマちゃんと一緒にそちらへお伺いしますので、詳しい話を聞かせてください。心当たりでもうさんくさい話でも何度も結構です。
はい、僕も全部話す決心がつきましたです。
おや、どんなお話が聞けるのでしょうかね。多分あと1時間ちょいぐらいでお伺いできると思います。ところで、受話器の向こうが賑やかですね。お友達も来ているのですか？
はい、みんな心配してうちに来てくれましたです。
そうですか。皆さんは本当に素晴らしいな。私も皆さんと一緒にいてくれた方がいいと思います。賑やかなだけで犯罪の抑止効果は大きいものです。では今から向かいます。後ほど。
今の大石さんか？
はい、今から刑事と2人で来るそうです。はあ、この部屋にこんなに大勢なんて初めてだね。何人になるんだろう。私たち6人に2人来て8人ですの？床が抜けそうで怖いですわね。9人目なのです。
羽生、聞いてた？なんだか今回は本当にすごいことになってきた。
今回はいけそうですか？
うん、いけるわ。絶対。
絶対という言葉はなって当然、ならなければ失望する悲しい言葉ですよ。
羽生はこの状況になっても
でも死んでほしくないと思っていますのです。
あんたのスタンスは分かってるわ。傷つきたくないから信じない。マイナス思考ならマイナスで当然。もうあんたと私の考え方の違いをあんたは見てなさい。傍観者らしく。
はい、僕は傍観者ですから。でも理科を応援してますですよ。
応援か、ありがとう。でも応援したのに負けると期待を裏切られ。
理科が意地悪を言いますです。
We had a rather harmonious mood going, but a feeling of unease was beginning to settle over us.
「腹減りましたね。途中で食事に寄った方が良かったんじゃないですか？」
そうですね。もうすぐ8時か。お昼が遅かったから忘れてました。とりあえず話を聞いたらおたふくにお茶漬けでも食べに行きましょう。
警官を4人行かせてましたよね。交代を送らないと答えることです。フルデさんが気を利かせて出前でも取っててくれればいいんですがね。
Bushi and Kamagi passed through Okinomi and were getting closer and closer to Hinamizawa. They hurried on their way, driving through the dark streets.
フルデリカの全てを話そうっていうのはとても気になるっすよね。
多分相当とんでもない話が飛び出しますよ。あの村はね、本当の名前は鬼ヶ淵村。鬼ヶ淵ってのは沼ですからね。 沼の名を冠した村なわけです。
沼なだけにそこが知れませんね。フルで理科の護衛ですけど、どうします？
彼女の話次第では秘密の場所にかくまった方がいいでしょうね。ひなみ沢ってのは村が丸ごと魔物の腹中と同じなんです。あの村の中では何が起こるかわからない。
Thank you for the lurk, Shadow.
とにかく聞いてみないことにはわかりません。
フルデ家の当主が命を狙われていて、園崎家次期当主はそれを守ろうと思っている。そんな状況下で誰がフルデ理科を？あとは君吉家くらいしか勢力が思いつかないです。
君吉家には臭い話は聞いてないんだけどな。やっぱり村には信仰を軸にした勢力が隠れてるってのかな。沼の底がどうなってるのか楽しみです。
The road they were on was cutting through the rice fields, inland to pass by the scene of Jiro Tomitake's murder.
高野が富武を放置した。そこまでは間違いないと思いますが、富武のあの異常な死に方は一体何だってんでしょう。鑑識のじいさま、覚醒剤は出なかったって言ったんですよね。
確かに薬物反応は出なかったそうですが、だからって絶対なかったって保証はありません。この世にはおかしな薬なんてきっと無数にある。それら全部が間違いなく使われていないなんて保証は誰にも出せませんよ。自分が知らない薬だから実在しないなんて、あったからにはあるんです。だからきっと富武に首をかき破らせる薬は実在する。そいつは犯人逮捕の折にたっぷり喋ってもらいますよ。あるいはフルで理科が話してくれると一番嬉しいんですがね。クマちゃんも今回の山で決めつける捜査がどれだけ冤罪を生み出してきたかよく分かったでしょう。
ありゃひどかったっすね。あいつうちの署に嫌がったら俺でも許さないところです。
結局最後まで間違いは認めてませんからね。お隣さんはあくまでもあの死体は高野美代だったで通すつもりのようです。でもうちは高野美代生存でいきますよ。あとは県警同士のトップ会談で決着するでしょう。向こうのボンミスは確定してるんですから、認めると怒られると思って躍起になって上塗りしてるんですよね。いやはやそういう体質は改めないといけません。
The car suddenly shook. Concrete road had ended, leaving only gravel. Where the gravel road begins, you're officially in Hinamizawa. Continued to drive through the woods for a while.
ちょいと止めて。
は
Bushi told him to stop immediately. Maki quickly slammed on the brakes. Their seatbelts tightened, keeping them in their seats.
どうしたんですか？
Thank you for the contribution, Lou.
あの車何やってんだろうな、こんなところで。
Bushi tapped on the rearview mirror. There was a van parked just off the road. Rather beat up. Looks like it was being used for a private company. There's no reason for someone to park their car here, especially at this time of night. Maki also thought it looked suspicious. The car seemed empty, but there was a light flashing in the woods nearby. Probably a flashlight.
こんな時間に。それにしてもよく気づきましたね。
いつも言ってます。刑事は四六時中目を皿にしてろってことです。何やってんだろうな。不法投棄かな。まさか死体埋めてるんじゃないだろうな。あるいは刺激不足のアベックかな。車のセンスからしてそれはないか。なあ、沖宮 PS どうぞ。聞こえてるかな。なはは、こんばんは、さようなら。
こちら沖宮 PS 感度良好です。
車両ナンバー紹介お願いします。獅子骨ハノ4344。
I love how they X'd out, but it was Shishibone 43443, something like that.
獅子骨歯の4344
4344, I think.
少々お時間もらいますがよろしいですか？
お願いします。
おいさん、地図で見るとここ電話会社の施設がありますね。
電話会社の施設って何ですかそりゃ。
Listed as a facility, but it wasn't staffed. It's just a place where machines were installed. Magi wasn't sure how telephone lines actually work, but either way it seemed like some sort of connecting device was located there.
ワゴンだよな。電話会社にゃ見えませんね。
電話会社ならそう書いた車で来るはずっすよね。
委託の伝説業者か何かの可能性もあります。直接聞いた方が早そうですね。
But she wasn't sure if that was the case. After all, why would any phone company go do maintenance so late at night?
行ってみましょうか。フォルデさんたちを待たせてますからね。パパッと行きましょう。
そうっすね。
His well-honed detective instinct was trying to tell him something. The feeling wasn't one that Oishi could easily explain. His strong sense that something was suspicious without any real reasoning behind it. Oishi trusted that he could judge others' characters with that sense.
ウグイス2よりウグイス1。車両が1台停車。2人降りました。おそらく刑事です。そちらへ接近中、1分未満で接触します。
Cheerio.
It was pitch black. Yet they could see the two newcomers clearly. They were probably using a night vision scope.
全隊員注意せよ。ウグイス2から5はグリーンライトを待て。ウグイス7から8は前後 100m のクリアを確認せよ。
待機。ウグイス4、5。聞こえたな。ウグイス4、了解。
ウグイス5、了解。
ウグイス7、了解。
ウグイス8、了解。
ウグイスより本部。ウグイスより本部。電話設備工作中にトラブル。私服警官2名の職質と思われる。発砲許可を申請。
本部了解。許可を待て。
By the time Oishi and Kamagi reached the phone facility, they were being watched from all directions. There were 2 pairs of binoculars and 2 sniper rifles pointing at them. Mountain Dog operatives worked in 2-man units, a sniper and spotter, to secure the means of retreat. They'd all taken different positions, but they could shoot Oishi no matter where he tried to run. They were all in camouflage suits hiding deep in the woods. Oishi, of course, had no chance of spotting them. Snipers had their rifles trained on the detectives' heads. Oishi and Kamagi had no idea they were on the verge of losing their very lives. Snipers' rifles had their safety on, but with a flick of their thumbs would release them. In other words, they were ready to shoot if given the order. Detectives found the fence and machinery right behind the parked van. There was a sign there saying it was the property of the Nippon Telegraph and Telephone Corporation. Another sign warning people to keep away.
どうもこんにちは。
すみません。作業中ですんで入らないでもらえますかね。
There were 4 men working there wearing blue overalls. They had a toolbox open and were working on some
どうも
wires.
仕事中お邪魔してすみません。警察の者でございます。いえね、不思議なところに不思議な時間に車が止まっていたもので、どうしちゃったのかなと思いまして。
そうですか。うちらももうちょっとで終わりますんで。
おたくらどちらさんです？電電の人じゃないでしょう。
ああ、失礼しました。おこのぎ電気設備工事と申します。あれすみません。名刺を切らしちゃってるみたいです。
おこのぎ電気設備工事さんって会社どちらです？
はい。沖宮になりますけど。
会社の電話番号と住所を教えてくださ
い。なんでそんなこと聞きますか？
電話番号忘れちゃいました？
Oishi looked at him with a piercing glare. The response was very suspicious. The vehicle and electric company is full of various types of electrical equipment and repair tools. However, the van parked there had nothing inside, just looked like an ordinary car. Also, a company vehicle usually has the name of the company painted on it. This one was just a plain van with no markings on it. None of that was the reason why Oishi found them suspicious, though. Their attitude that bothered him. They didn't sound nor look like typical contractors, and they were obviously not electricians. was far too late in the day, and there were far too many of them. They were also clearly suspicious of Oishi, for that was all he could tell by just looking around. He found them suspicious, but he had no idea what they were up to. One of the men told Oishi the phone number. Kamagi wrote down the number so he could ask the station to call and confirm it was real.
そんな怪しいもんじゃありませんって。
あんたら怪しすぎですって。一体何者です？委託業者なら作業写真用に作業前作業後とか書かれた黒板とかあったりするでしょう。そういうのもないですし、だいたいあんたたちの雰囲気が違いすぎます。
おまわりさん、そんな意地悪言われちゃかなわないです。勘弁してください。私ら早く作業を終えて帰らなきゃならないんです。
Judging from their progress, it didn't look like they'd be cleaning up anytime soon. In fact, it all seemed like they were just getting started.
もう化けの皮は剥がれてんだよ、兄ちゃん。電気屋に化けるときは、まずバイトして勉強してからにしな。
But she raised his voice threateningly. Members of the mountain dogs gradually started to look more and more annoyed. Oishi looked over their expression and gave them a big, wide grin. However, Oishi had no idea. He thought he could handle these suspicious people with no issues. Of course, in reality, they were horrific demons that he had no chance against. Meanwhile, Kamagi was heading back to the car, intending to contact the police department. He was going to call the station using the radio, then turn the police contact the NTT. That way it would become clear who they were really dealing with.
本部よりウグイス1、発砲許可。
ウグイス7、クリア。ウグイス8、クリア。
Sniper was still aiming at Kamagi's head as he headed back towards their car. Safety, that last line protecting Kamagi's life, was disengaged. Sniper put his finger on the trigger. He was wearing a glove with the fingertips cut off. Finger poking through the hole was very rough and merciless. As soon as he slightly moved that finger, he would take someone's life. Kamagi heard a quiet noise, similar to the sound of the jump rope that he used to use as a whip when he was little. That was the last thought Kamagi had in this world. He collapsed onto the gravel, and that was it. He didn't even twitch. Oishi was laying on his back on the concrete after getting shot in the chest. His lungs were filled with blood which began to pour out of his mouth. Oishi only realized he'd been shot when his world began to blur before his eyes. As his world keeled over, he saw a man in a work uniform leveling a gun at him, but it didn't matter anymore as he started drowning on his own blood.
沖宮 TS より先ほどのナンバーが判明しました。大石社どうぞ。大石社、応答願います。電波悪いのかな。大石社、応答願い。
出ませんね。大石さんが車両紹介？誰の車だよ。村人の車ですね。至って平凡な。何者だよ。大石さんが聞いてくるからにはただ者じゃないんだろ。突起事故欄は完全に空欄ですね。S 号して減点もなしだし。
パッシングでもされて腹が立ったんじゃないの。あの人根に持つとなかなか忘れないタイプなんだよ。
ウグイスより本部2名を射殺。作業を再開。
本部了解。警官の車両処理は慎重に行われたし、3佐ウグイスは警官2名を排除。作業を再開。
おやすみなさい、大石さん。
Okay, I think this is the first time we've seen her in her outfit, so of course we've got to cycle through.
私の尻尾をつかめてもう一息だと思ったでしょうに。コーヒーをもらえるかしら。
どうぞ。しかし厄介な展開になってきましたね。R 宅には依然私服警官数名とそれから友人数名がいるそうです。 R は自分が今夜殺されることに感づいているとしか思えません。作戦が漏れています。やはり決行は延期すべきでは。
明日の朝には死体が見つかっていないといけないのよ。お偉いさんたちの日程上、その日が一番都合がいいって話なんだから、作戦は決行します。
The crucial part of this final mission was the death of Rika and what came after that. They couldn't just kill her whatever way they wanted. Doing it at the right time was vital.
過剰な警備にかえって過敏に反応したのでしょうか。
違うわね。漏洩じゃない。予言よ、あれは。富武の死と、そして私ですら知り得なかった偽装死体の状態まで知っていた。あの子は女王なのよ。南沢の頂上存在の頂点に立つ女王で、巫女で降臨したるお社様の血脈に連なる。神を欺くことなどできない。フルでリカをあっさり暗殺などできるわけがなかった。いいわよ、リカちゃん。あなたと私、どちらがお社様の伝説を受け継ぐにふさわしいか。あなたの死はお社様のたたりの最後を飾り、この村の伝説のフィナーレを。私の作り上げた物語はその時こそ本当のたたりになるの。
It was now past 8 p.m. Ian ordered some noodles for us, her treat. We also ordered some food for the 4 officers, and we all ate together. We were supposed to call tonight as soon as we talked to Oishi, but he's still not here. However, we all took it easy, assuming that they'd get here sooner or later. It's getting late. Once you get to Hinamizawa, there aren't many places to get something to eat. Sure, they're having a quick dinner before coming here. However, the 4 officers seemed anxious. They all had families, but Oishi didn't tell them how late they'd have to be out here. They're hoping that Oishi would bring other officers to relieve them so that they can go home. We called the station, but they said that Oishi was on his way. We should wait, because he'll be here soon.
遅いね、大石さん。
渋滞にでも巻き込まれたんだよ。ちょうど帰宅ラッシュの時間帯にぶつかっただろうからね。
おまわりさんもお昼からずっといてくれてるんですのよね。交代が来てあげないとかわいそうですわね。
そうだな。何時に終わるのかもわからない仕事って疲れるもんな。
警察の人には休んでもらって、私たちが夜景にでも立ちます？聡子のトラップワークで不審者の接近を阻むとか。
甘いですわね、シオンさん。ここは私とリカの家なんですね。常に二重三重のトラップが張り巡らせてありますわ。そうなんだ。神社で遊ぶときは注意しないとね。
Their stomachs full, the mood in the house has returned to a light-hearted one. True, we shouldn't be so relaxed. Knowing that Oi should be here shortly made us feel relieved. He's so late. He said he'd be here in an hour. Ian mentioned he would have gotten stuck in traffic. I'm sure Oishi was considering that. So he told me it'd take him about an hour. Now it's been 1 hour since the time Oishi was supposed to get here. I wanted to believe that he was getting something to eat on the way, but I was starting to get concerned. Oishi still hasn't shown up. It's almost 11 o'clock. The officers are completely exhausted. They even started to smoke cigarettes outside. My friends are becoming tired too. Sadako is yawning. It's way past our bedtime. Everyone else is getting tired and sleepy, and spending our time watching TV and reading manga. I feel my fear succumbing to sleepiness. The day's almost over. I'm gonna survive the day I'm supposed to die. I mean, I escape my deadly fate? Now I still have to fight endlessly from tomorrow on. I was going to discuss that with Oishi, since he's not here. I don't know what to do from this point on. Suddenly the phone rang, breaking the silence.
大石さんか。
もしもし、フルでなのです。
夜分遅くに申し訳ありません。沖宮署の小宮山と申します。すみません。うちの大石ですが、そちらにおりますか？
いいえ、僕たちもずっと待っているところなのです。
そうですか。わかりました。申し訳ございませんが、そちらに行っている警官に今から応援が行くので、引き継いだら祈祷するようお伝えいただけますか？
わかりましたです。それで、大石はどこに？
夕方頃、直接そっちへ行くと連絡があったきりだったので、てっきりそちらへお邪魔してるものと思っていました。大石と交代で警官たちが戻ってくることになってたのですが、いつまでも戻らないのでどうなっているのかと思いまして。
So I'd like to know, but arguing with the man on the phone wouldn't accomplish anything. I hung up and gave the message to the officers downstairs. Looked like everyone already heard our exchange on the phone.
どうしたんでございましょうね。遅いにも程がありましたよ。
何か重要な仕事があったりして道草でも食ってるとか？
それなら電話すると思うな。これから行くって電話したんだよ。これだけ遅くなったら絶対に電話してくれると思うな。
まさか東京って連中に襲われたとかか？
まさかと言いたいところですが、リカちゃまの言うような連中の相手なら絶対そんなわけない。多分休養が入ったんだよ。それで電話をするのを忘れてるんだと思う。向こうも大の大人、それも天下の大石だよ。そうそう簡単には消されないって。
来るなら早く来てほしいですわね。
Sadako yawned. Everyone laughs, but some of them are trying not to yawn themselves. Can't stay up forever. Decided that we'd call it night once the replacement officers arrived. Sure, I've survived past the time I was supposed to die. It's probably because the police were protecting me. Perhaps both Takano and the mountain dogs are also on my side, and they took care of the murderer. I don't know who's changing my fate. Maybe my fate hasn't been changed. I'm just gonna get killed soon anyway. I don't know if it's because of the police or because of the mountain dogs, but one thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive. Soon I heard the noise of someone walking on the gravel on the shrine grounds. One of my friends suggested that it might be Oishi, but I doubt it. I don't want to expect him and be disappointed when it's not. Starting to think like Hanyu.
こんばんは。沖宮署から参りました。小宮山と申します。
It wasn't Oishi. Two of his fellow detectives had arrived instead. They're going to stay downstairs and have the four officers return home. They also told my friends to
あとは
leave.
私たち警察がいますので、どうぞ皆さんは家に帰ってください。ご家族の方が心配しますよ。
みんなありがとうです。刑事さんたちが来てくれましたし、もう大丈夫なのです。
本当に大丈夫。
I feel like you should not trust them.
邪魔でなければ。
Never trust people who don't have character art.
大丈夫なのです。第一、お布団も寝巻きもないのです。じゃあ明日、これからはなるべくリカちゃんと一緒にいるようにしよう。部活はリカちゃんの家でやるっていうのでどうかな。あら、それなら素敵でございますわよ。僕たちの家の床が抜けてしまうかもしれませんです。
違いねえな。
じゃあリカちゃま、私たちこれで帰りますけど、暗闇で一人になるなんてことは絶対しないように。
You said that. We're going out alone in the dark in about 5 minutes
気を
now.
つけますです。じゃあね、また明日。はいです。また明日。
See you tomorrow. Am I really gonna see them tomorrow? I have no clue. I tried so many things over the past 100 years. Done many things. I have memories of most of them. But I feel so scared on the day I die. The only day I have no memories of. I don't even know if I'm approaching or escaping my death right now. All I know is that this fear is going to continue until I find some kind of solution. I started getting ready to go to bed. Sadako suggested that I should sleep in my regular clothes rather than in my pajamas. She was thinking that I should remain dressed just in case someone tries to attack me in my sleep. It sounded ridiculous, but she was just trying to be considerate. I decided to do what she told me to do. Sadako seemed so sleepy until a few minutes ago, but she suddenly started passionately explaining to me all the traps she set on the shrine grounds. She assured me that the strangers will end up trapped if they tried to sneak inside this building. To someone else, it might sound like she was just trying to brag, but Sadako was trying to make me feel better. After everyone else left, she knows how scared I looked. Sadako's kindness and everyone else's kindness. I feel like it was the right decision for me to talk to my friends. even if it won't end up changing my fate.
Rika.
Anya showed up again. She looked upset, so she was probably still thinking that I could get killed at any minute. I'm actually starting to feel a bit better. I might get killed tomorrow, but I feel like I can rest safely at least tonight. I'm more concerned about the fact that Oishi didn't show up. Still, even if he didn't, the other detectives are here, and they'll stay on guard downstairs without sleeping. As long as they're here, I think I'll be safe tonight.
お腹でも空いたの？出前じゃ甘いのはないからね。冷蔵庫のジュースでも飲む？
Honey would usually cheer right up when I suggested drinking some juice, but not this time. Her face looked pale, as if she wasn't even alive. Something out of the ordinary had clearly happened.
もうすぐ時間がやってきますのです。
It sounded far more like a declaration than a prediction. Even if Hanya doesn't have any memories of my death, there's no way she can tell when I will be killed. However, she sounded so certain just now. Perhaps we can feel it in the very cells in our bodies. Our bodies understand fate far better than we do. Up until now, I felt reassured that we could get through it somehow if we were all together. But as I clung to that life preserver with the hole leaking air, I was starting to drown in a sea of despair and struggling to keep my head above water. No, I can't let myself feel that way. I have to believe.
ハニュ、私は抗う。たとえ明日殺されるとしても、今夜殺されるという運命にだけは抗う。
Honey just gave me a look of faint sadness. That silence told me that my pitiful hope was going to push me down into a futile reality. I stared at Sadako as she continued to brag about her traps. If I'm getting killed shortly, Sadako won't be safe either. I quickly interrupted her talk about traps. The time was 1 in the morning. As it's hardly a big city, 1 a.m. in Hinamizawa, it's the middle of the night. The darkness here gets very deep. There was light leaking out from the first floor where the 2 detectives sat on guard, but everything else was pitch black. Even the moonlight seemed indistinct.
予定時刻です。1階には刑事2名。2階は消灯してすでに1時間以上が経過します。本部より3査。
こんなに月の綺麗な夜だもの。始めなさい。
刑事は排除でよろしいですか？
そうね。今夜古出神社にいた人間は全てが忽然と姿を消し、それでいいわ。
本部より大鳥、作戦開始。保証の刑事2名は実力で排除せよ。なお発砲は許可しない。繰り返す、発砲は許可しない。本部よりウグイス、大鳥が作戦を開始する。電話線を遮断せよ。ウグイス了解、遮断する。
They've been working to disable the phone line just in case the target tried to contact police during the attack. That mission was what Oishi happened to bump into.
ほんじゃ、始めるかいね。大鳥湾より全隊員へ突入準備。1階の刑事2名と2階の同伴者1名を排除せよ。痕跡を残せん。
Okay, they really never had any art.
発砲禁止。ガスも使えんね。テーサーを使え。単銃で武装してるぞ。撃たせるな。
おこのぎ、素人相手に手こずらないでよ。
まあ仕事ですんね。宮遣いの悲しさですわ。大鳥7、8前進。バックアップは周辺警戒を厳重にされたし。
大鳥7、了解。前進する。
The 2 men in uniform slowly approached the building. Mountain Dog's uniform is gray, so it didn't blend in with the surroundings at all. However, it doesn't look as suspicious as real camouflage suits. Of course, they looked suspicious enough creeping up to the house like that anyway. We could both see light leaking from the door and hear the voices of the detectives. Rika would typically use the sliding door to get inside. The door was locked, but the Mountain Dogs had obtained a spare key a long time ago. They put the key in the keyhole, but it wouldn't go in smoothly. They were certain it would make some kind of noise when they turned it. The detectives would notice them the minute they did that. They have to rush inside and defeat them in one swift burst. Phoenixes 7 and 8 glance at each other.
大鳥7より本部、準備位置に到着。突入指示を請う。
高野です。綺麗に決めるのよ。行きなさい。
了解。突入する。
Turned the key in a hurry and opened the lock. By the time the detectives turned around, the door was already open. 2 mountain dogs had stepped inside. They aimed their weapons at the detectives while the latter were still turning around. Quite like that, the first 2 seconds are the most crucial moments. The detectives collapsed, making minimal noise. There were needles stuck in their bodies, and those needles were connected via wires to the attackers' guns. In other words, the weapons those two had weren't ordinary guns, they were stun guns in the shape of firearms. The bullets they shoot out electric needles, to electrocute their victims into unconsciousness. Normally they would be non-lethal weapons that allow the shooter to capture their victims without harming them much. Their tasers had been modified. 2 dogs started walking up the stairs as soon as they confirmed that the detectives were no longer breathing. The next moment they heard a loud noise above them.
こちら大鳥10、R 以下2名が感づいた。2階の窓から飛び降りたぞ。裏の茂みへ逃走している。大鳥4、5、そっちへ行くぞ。制圧しろ。
大鳥4、沈黙。
Phoenix 4 spotted the 2 girls and started after them. He stepped onto something hard. A cheap-sounding explosion, the air was filled with smoke. That was the trap Sadako had set using firecrackers. It had proven to be a very fortunate idea. Mountain dogs dropped to the ground, assuming that they were under fire. That gave Rika and Sadako a chance to escape.
なんなんですのあいつらは。リカの言う東京なんですの？多分ね。いいから走って。捕まったら殺されるわよ。
どうした応答しろ。今の音は何だ。
こちら大鳥5、銃撃を受けた模様。
Well, you missed the start of the mission, Deadbeard. So they'd commenced the mission, they went inside, killed the 2 detectives, and now Rika and Sadako are running through the forest for their lives.
R は突破した。追撃する。
くそ、感触玉か何かだ。畜生め。
さとこちゃんね。やるわね。
ああ、情けな。近場の班は急行しろ。人家に逃げ込まれたらアウトだぞ。
大鳥18、発見した。
If we're up to 18, how many people are there?
応援を送れ。
2人は土地勘が強いわよ。早く抑えないと確実に見失うわ。
It wasn't a game of hide and seek, it was a game of tag. Several men in uniforms were chasing after Rika and Sadako. They weren't idiots, they didn't waste energy on a futile act of shouting, wait. It was a quiet, deadly game of tag in the middle of the night.
どこへ行きますの？バラバラになって追っ手を振り切りましょうです。落ち合うのはミーの家。地下の隠し部屋なら安全だし、外部と連絡も取れますです。
Sadako had no idea that Mion had a basement in her house, but she didn't have time to ask anything about it under her current circumstances. All she did was nod. Next moment, I felt my left foot catching something and I fell down to the ground. I must have tripped on a rock or a piece of concrete. Sadako wouldn't move on without me. She came back to lend me a hand. I stood up without her help, but this cost us too much time. One of the men had almost caught up with us. I didn't know what to do. Sadako, seeing him, quickly reacted. Sadako ran towards him and kicked him with all her might. Her foot had landed right in his face. I wish I had a camera. There are 2 more of them right behind the first man. I can see them clearly now. They're the gardeners from that landscape company. They're wearing the same uniforms Okanagi is always wearing, so they must be the mountain dogs. Now I'm certain Takano is the culprit. Now that I know that, I can do something about it in the next world. If I die now, will I lose my memory again? I can't die now. I need to survive so I can keep my memories. Sadako took something out of her pocket and threw it at them. It was something like pocket sand, and it blinded them. However, even that can only buy us a few seconds. Did I? It sounds like something I would say. Sadako tried to run. Oh, I clicked through that. Sadako tried to run, but she froze as soon as they aimed their weapons at her. I mean, that's not inaccurate. And I was thinking about that, and I was wondering if it would be more fun if the community gets to decide what actually, like, happens within reason. Like, if you really want, I don't know, like, Vow to be pink. Their stun guns are only shaped like firearms. Sadako, not knowing that, thought they were real guns. Knowing that she'll be shot if she turned and ran, Sadako tried to attack them instead. Of course, there are 3 of them. Most think it impossible to drive them off, but Sadako didn't think about that. She had a 100% chance of dying if she tried to run. Might as well fight back, because she might have a 1% chance of defeating them. Sadako is determined to save me, even at her own expense. But I can't stay in this world if it means losing Sadako. I'm dying anyways. I'd rather die for Sadako's sake than lose her. But another me was shouting in my mind, if I don't survive this, I'll lose this memory. If I die without keeping this memory, this life and everything I've learned will all be wasted. Should I escape and leave Sadako behind? That's right, I should use this experience to my advantage in my next life. I should just let her go in this world. But I know in my heart, there's no way I can win against these guys. I'm sure their backup will get me if we take our time to fight them. Should I fight them for her, or should I leave her so I can confront my true enemy? Oh gosh, we have choices. It didn't even let me choose or do anything. So it was a fake choice screen. It was actually her hovering between the two. You notice that? That was actually a cool effect. So it was the character in-game trying to decide rather than us. We had no choice in the matter. Sadako's bravery gives me courage. If I left her, I'd lose my motivation to defeat fate. I don't care if I lose my memories. It only took 100 years for me to get this information. I don't care if I have to spend another 100 years in the same June. I can't leave Sadako. I had noticed something. They're only aiming at Sadako. Must be a reason why they can't shoot me. They stood in front of Sadako to protect her. Just as I expected, they put their guns down and prepared to take us out without weapons. You must think this is my final speech. They let me talk until I was finished. Next moment, one of them dropped to the ground. Ichi'd run towards them and kicked him from behind. Ichi'd kicked him right in the small of the back, and the dog was squirming on the ground. The other two tried to retaliate, but they were too late. Mion grabbed one of the guys from behind and flipped him down onto the ground. Must be some kind of martial art. I've seen something like that in an action movie before. Rena tried to push the remaining dog down with all her strength, but that wasn't enough to take him out. He tried to aim his gun at Rena. She'd already done what she was supposed to. All she needed to do was get his attention. Shion had snuck up behind him and fired her stun gun into his neck. The stun gun made a snapping noise, and the dog fell to the ground with the rest of his friends.
あの暗闇でレナには嘘も明細も通用しないってことだな。
Figuring he would leave if they spoke to him, they secretly staked out that suspicious man. They started following us as soon as they heard the sound of the firecrackers.
ここでみんなに救われるとは思わなかったのです。
とにかくここにいたらすぐに応援が来るぞ。どうするこれから。
私たちミオンさんの家に逃げ込むつもりでしたのよ。地下でかくまってもらえるとかいう話で。
地下最後殿ですか？確かにあそこなら都合がいいです。しかもあそこ武器も隠してませんでしたっけ？そういうのは言わない。とにかく私もうちに逃げ込むのは賛成。あそこには秘密の通路がいくつもあるから連中の裏をかけるよ。
なら急ごう。追っ手が来てる。
The white van was approaching us at high speed. Obviously belonged to the mountain dogs. The van stopped not far from us, and more people in uniform jumped out. There were at least 6 of them. We all run. The slowest runner might get caught, so we should take them down all we can. Don't know if they have a license, but Mion and Shion know how to drive a car. We take their van and get away from here.
6人だ。ちょうどいいね。全員の全力でぶちのめして車をいただこう。
それは明暗ですわね。
そうと決まりゃ速攻だぜ。
The mountain dogs were ready to chase us. They had no idea we'd try and attack them instead. Ren is always the first one to make a move in this kind of situation. She gets so determined once a decision is made. She immediately singled out one dog and punched him in the nose. The other one tried to grab her from behind, but Keiichi kicked him in the side as hard as he could.
おいおいレナ、やり合うときは背中を気にしろよ。
ケイイチ君に任せるよ。よろしくね。
レナさんのひなみ沢復帰前ってめちゃくちゃ興味あります。というか人殴るのに躊躇なさすぎ。スタンガン使うのに躊躇ないあんたが言わない。
Given that Shion had a stun gun, the mountain dogs were reluctant to go after her. They were scared of the very dangerous weapon she had in her hand. Thanks to that, Shion stopped one of them for certain. Fortunate for us that they didn't have any guns of their own. They had no way of countering Shion's stun gun. Sadako attacked him from behind, encircled his neck with a jump rope and pulled. Shion followed up, quickly hitting him with her stun gun. What was I doing during all that? The only thing I can do is run around and try to get their attention. They're pursuing me after all. They want to catch me more than anything else. That leaves them open to attacks from my friends. Keiichi had already hit the one trying to grab me. I think we have a chance here. We'll not be able to take all of them down, but we can try and find a chance to escape to their vehicle.
リカちゃんから話を聞いていたとき、とんでもねえ奴らだとビビっていたが、どうやら俺たちと
みーちゃんの部活メンバーはつまりそのくらい強いってことなんだね。
恐れないというのが多分強さの秘密ですね。お姉の部活は遠慮ってやつをなくす訓練みたいなもんですから。
If we all fight together, we can win the 6-on-6 battle. If any one of us wasn't here, they'd beat us easily. We'd end up dead. If my friends hadn't stayed behind, I would have been killed by now. We can do it. We can make it. The dogs Shion took down with their stun gun were starting to wake up. The ones we knocked out earlier were also up and chasing us again. I have to get out of here. No time for me to be just running around.
やってやるわ。
リカ。
羽生、あなたは相変わらず諦めてるんでしょ。諦めない悪あがきがどれだけの力を持つか、そこで見てなさい。私は打ち破る。私たちは打ち破る。今からね。それをあなたの目の前で見せてあげる。
よし、みんないいね。一撃で決めるよ。目の前の敵を一人撃ち倒せ。それから車を奪って逃げる。
はいです。僕もやりますですよ。
気に入ったぜリカちゃん。よっしゃ行くぞ。
With Keiichi's signal, we attacked the 6 mountain dogs in unison. Time gradually slowed down. I truly felt like I was trying to overcome that impossible wall of time and change my fate. However, time continued to slow down even further until it stopped. What's going on? It felt like the film reel of a movie gotten hung up partway through. Time itself had come to a standstill.
どういうこと？
その時が来たのです。
どうして？
Wearing a sad expression, Hanyu pointed at Keiichi. Finally noticed something. All of my friends had noticed already except for Keiichi.
ケイイチ、その胸の前に浮いているのは何ですか？
何ってなんだよ。あ？これなんだよ。
Time had stopped, just when Keiichi was about to hit his opponent. He then realized that something was floating in front of his heart. It was a metallic silver cone. That was the first thing I could think of.
嘘。ケイちゃん。
なんだよこれ。まさか銃弾？
Exactly what it was. The bullet had stopped about 15 centimeters away from Keiichi's chest just before it would enter his body. That's right, once time started moving, it'll slam into his chest. In other words, it's too late. Keiichi will immediately die when time starts up again.
誰が撃ったの？だって相手は6人。誰も銃なんか持ってないよ。あそこワゴン車のところですわ。
Sadako couldn't point at the van. Time had completely stopped after all. But apparently we could still move our mouths for some reason. And we could see another person standing near the van. There had actually been 7 people inside, not 6. That 7th person was the one who fired the bullet. We hadn't seen her at all. That person is someone we all know very well. Yes, it's Takano.
高野さんだ。高野さんが撃ったの？ケイイチ君は？
In the frozen world, Takano was smiling, still aiming her gun at Keiichi. Takano had been watching us from the van this whole time. She came out and fired a gun knowing that we hadn't seen her at all.
そっか。なるほどな。やっぱり黒幕は高野さんだったんだな。
どうしよう。ケイちゃん、なんとか体をひねってかわせないんですか？
バカ。弾丸だって止まるくらいに俺だって動けるわけがねえだろ。
なら時間が動き出すのと一緒に上半身を反らすんですの。そうすれば少しでも違うかもしれませんわよ。
Everyone was desperate to save Keiichi. No matter how hard we thought, we couldn't come up with any ideas to save him from the bullet. We were so desperate that Keiichi started to
なんか
laugh.
よくわからないけどさ。とにかくこうなっちまったものは仕方がない。時間が動き出せば俺は死ぬだろ。死ななくてもまあ少なくとも戦力にはならなくなるな。だからみんな今のうちに俺のことを諦めろ。そして目の前の敵と高野さんをぶちのめして車を奪うことを考えるんだ。
嫌です。ケイイチが死んでもダメです。そんな世界は嫌なのです。羽生、これが運命だというの？避けられない運命だというの？
大丈夫ですよ、リカ。忘れられます。忘れられますから。
嘘だよ、嘘だ。ケイちゃんがこのまま死んじゃうなんて。やめなよ、みーちゃん。とにかく目の前の相手を倒すことに集中しよう。倒れるケイイチ君に振り返る時間をきっとケイイチ君は望まない。
ああ、そうだぜ、レナ。頼むぞみんな。リカちゃんを。まずはこの場を逃げ延びて監督に連絡を取れ。多分こいつらは大石さんをもう殺してる。だからあれだけ待っても来なかったんだ。みんな生き延びろよ。絶対だ。
ケイイチ！
リカちゃん、最後の最後に運命なんて覆せるって大見え切っておきながら最初にリタイアしちまう。
Sounded just like Takano's regular laughter, but it was the scariest noise I'd ever heard.
高野さん、 これで俺たちが負けたと思うなよ。
見終わったのね、走馬灯。
The silence suddenly ended and the clamor of reality returned. Explosive sound then hit Keiichi straight in the chest. I watched Keiichi collapse right in front of me. Fell down on his back while his blood splattered everywhere. After that, he stopped moving. No way any of us weren't shocked by that. We tried to take down the foes in front of us. More came from behind. We tried to struggle as best we could, but there was no way we could win against all those adults. I did my best to fight them off, but they pulled my hair and picked me up as if I weighed nothing. I heard everyone's desperate screams of resistance. The comforting and courageous unity we showed right before Keiichi was shot shattered like glass. The debris of that glass lay sadly on the ground. Takano's annoying laughter was still echoing inside my
長野
ears.
より本部へ制圧したわ。私の言ったものを準備させて。それから死体がたくさん出るから処分の手配を。死体袋が5つと血を流すのに水がいるわね。持ってこさせて。
Needs 5 bags? My body froze up, but time did not. Takano laughing pointed her gun at Mion's head.
嘘でしょ。あなたの背中の入れ墨、一度後で見せてもらうわね。
見たければ勝手に見ればいいでしょ。見たってつまらないよ。
そう、私は楽しいと思うわよ。
やめて、みーちゃんを撃たないで。
Takano shook her head in response to Rena's screams.
だねよ。ミオンちゃんが部長さんなんだから一番じゃなきゃね。
嘘。やめ。
There was a dull noise followed by Mion's body twitching. We all tried to break free from the men restraining us as Takano calmly shot Mion. However, they were too strong and all we could do was squirm like insects. Takano was enjoying watching us struggle, and she stepped towards Sadako. But Shion started screaming curses at her.
あなたが先に撃たれたいのかしら。おとなしくしてればもう数秒は余計に生きられたのに。
やめてシオンさん、挑発なんかしても意味がありませんでしたよ。
I know why she's doing that. Shion wants to protect Sadako for as long as she can. She's trying to do what Satoshi told her to. Takano didn't care one whit for Shion's feelings. Stepping over Keiichi's body, she approached Shion.
私、サトシ君を。そうなんでしょ。
あいにくね、メイドの土産って嫌いなの。だから教えてあげないわ。
Shion's body twitched. That had followed the dull sound of another gunshot. Two dull sounds had stolen away the lively Sonozaki sisters. Didn't add up. Started shaking from fear when it hit me just how easily Takano can take away lives.
無抵抗の人を撃って楽しいの？この人でなし。
あら、次はあなたが撃たれたいの？黙ってれば最後の順番になったのに。
Keiichi, Mion, and Shion died. The oldest one of us left was Rena. Rena didn't want to see Sadako and me die before she did.
開始事件は全部高野さんの仕業だったんですね。お社様のたたりの代行者のつもりだったんですか？
代行者じゃないわ。私がたたりを下すのよ。あなたには見せられないわね。お社様の怒りがこれからこの村に下るのは。それは私が起こす。私のたたり。そう。私はまさにお社様そのものになるのよ。その時、私は人としての域をようやく超えることができるの。まあ、あなたには私の気持ちはわからないでしょうね。人を超えて神になろうとする心地よさなど、誰にも理解できないわよ。
無理だと思うな。高野さんがどれだけお社様のふりをしたって、所詮はごっこ遊び。お社様になんかあなたはなれない。
なれるわよ。これからなるもの。
Rena laughed at her. Takano seemed very upset to hear that laugh.
何がおかしいのかしら。
無理だよ。だって お社様はいるんだもの。
Those were Rena's last words.
さて、最後は聡子ちゃんね。あなたは殺しても殺さなくても、でもあなたは生きた研究資料だからね。東京はあなたの生きたままの捕獲に懸賞金をつけてくれてるわ。大した額じゃない。私の取り分はせいぜいヨーロッパに旅行に行ったら消える程度よ。まあ生け捕りにしてもあなたは結局はろくな目に遭わないけどね。生きたまま頭蓋を切開されるのが関の山よ。それに私あなたとはお友達だったしね。この場で撃ち殺してあげるのも優しさかと思ってる。どっちがいい？
そんなの決められるわけないでございますわよ。
Sadako shouted back at her, her eyes full of tears.
じゃあクイズ。ブロッコリーとカリフラワー、緑色はどっち？
いえ、ブロッコリー。
As soon as I heard the same dull sound, Sadako stopped moving. Kano smiled and said good girl to what used to be Sadako.
本当に今夜は月の綺麗な素敵な夜だことね。あなたもそう思わない？
そして私を殺すのね。
ええ、殺すわ。女王感染者の死体が作戦の鍵なの。あなたはここから遠く離れた東京の地での醜い政治的勢力争いの具になるのよ。そして鬼ヶ淵村の伝説のピリオドとなる。
私をどういう殺し方にするか高野のか。
あら、わかるの？言ってみて。
I'm not gonna say it, but I know. It's Watanagashi. She wants to do the real Watanagashi using my body. I'm sure she's planning to cut open my stomach and pull out my guts. To do that, she'll make me inhale some chemical to put me to sleep. I vaguely remember that part.
想像がついてるよね。じゃあおやすみなさい、リカちゃん。
One of the dogs approached me with a handkerchief soaked in a chemical substance.
待ちなさい。
みんな潔く死んだのに、あなたは命乞いなの？
違うわ。私を殺すなら眠らさずに殺しなさい。
Kano hadn't expected to hear that. Still, even though she was surprised, she nodded with a slight smile. Honey was also surprised to hear that. It'd obviously be a terrible way to die.
どういうつもり？楽に死ぬ気がないの？辛いわよ。生きたまま腹を裂かれるのは。
忘れないためよ。
Yes, I'm doing this so I'll remember. I'm not going to forget about it.
私の腹を裂くの。私は魂に刻みつける。それを私は絶対に忘れない。あなたに再び会った時、あなたが敵であることを思い出すために。
何を企んでるやら。でもあなたは他の子たちよりは少しは賢明みたいね。1秒でも長生きすれば悲鳴を上げるくらいのチャンスはあるかもしれないからね。でもそうはさせないわ。
Before something other than the handkerchief inside of my mouth. It was a gag. That and I couldn't close my mouth, leading to saliva starting to overflow. Soon another van arrived. More mountain dogs came out of it. Probably come to get rid of the bodies. I grabbed the corpses of my friends and stuffed them into body bags. For that, they sprayed a bunch of water on the ground to clean up the blood. I asked Akana how many shots she fired. She started looking around for the bullets. They were erasing all the evidence. By the time the night was over, there'd be no more proof left. They pulled my hands behind my back and bound them with handcuffs. My ankles were tied up too. They also tied my ankles and wrists together. My body was bent like a shrimp and I was no longer able to walk. My mouth was covered so I couldn't even talk. Couldn't move, talk, or express myself in any other way. They'd taken away everything that made me human. Therefore, I wasn't human anymore. Just a toy named Rika Frude, a toy to give Takano joy. The car started moving. Seemed like we were going back the way we came, but I didn't care anymore. The time my death approached, some of my forgotten memories came back to me. That's right, I was killed like this so many times. Every time I repeated my life, Takano got pleasure out of killing me. Somebody rubbed my head. Were they trying to comfort me? I shook my head to try and refuse. They laughed at me as I did so. Anya showed up. She couldn't hold back her devastated tears. I saw Hanyu's painful tears. I was convinced. It's wrong. Hanyu is not just a bystander. She's just too scared to face reality because she can't stand the pain anymore. Hanyu wants a happy future too, but her hopes were betrayed countless times. She was hurt far too much. For some reason, seeing her sorrowful expression calmed me down. Perhaps Hanyu was crying in my place.
Hanyu, 私たちあれだけ努力した。精一杯頑張った。もう一息で運命を覆せそうな予感すらした。それでも届かなかったなら、それにね、なんだか気持ちいいの。
I've never fought this hard in my life. I've never learned so many things. Because I can repeat my life endlessly, I've been taking each one for granted. Everyone else is taking their lives seriously. I wasn't learning anything because I wasn't doing that. I finally understand. I learned something from this life, and I put all my effort into it. I'm sad that I didn't make it. I feel satisfied just the same. A strange kind of satisfaction. Wonder how many of these memories I can keep. I get the sense that I'm going to lose my memory of this evening. If that's the case, I'll lose my memory of seeing Takano's face. Finally found out that Takano was the mastermind. I'm going to repeat the same world again, not knowing the truth? She killed my friends as if she were merely killing some bugs, and I don't want to forget that. No matter how hard my death will be, I need to remember Takano's face.
私はくじけない。この記憶がたとえ引き継げなくてもいい。がむしゃらに生きていく。6月の狭い日々にしか生きられなくなり、最後には綿流しの日にしか生きていられない存在になってもいい。それが私のせいなら。
僕も忘れません。きっと覚えてて、もしリカが忘れていたらきっと僕が教えますから。
羽生、あなたはやっぱり冷たい傍観者のふりをしていたのは悲しさ。
僕もみんなと楽しく過ごす未来に行きたかったです。
And he started to cry like a baby. She's so stupid. She decided to abandon hope because she didn't want to deal with the sadness that she always felt on this night. She ended up hurt and devastated anyways. Hanyu, are you happy that this world is ending just like you predicted? Decided not to ask her such an unpleasant question. The car stopped and the two men pulled me out of the vehicle. We returned to the Furude shrine. There were several men waiting in front of the offertory box. Nearby there were countless sharp knives laid out on the ground. They're going to cut open my stomach with those tools and pull out my intestines. They took off all my clothes. They left the gag inside my mouth and the handcuffs around my wrists. I wasn't embarrassed to be naked in front of them. Rather, I was just furious that Takano was getting joy out of doing this to me. Don't forget this humiliation. The pain I'm about to experience should be carved into my soul forever. I'm not going to forget this. Everyone worked together when we finally revealed who was behind it all. If I forget this, my friends' efforts and deaths will have been in vain. I need to stay alive as long as I can so I will remember the pain.
目を背けないで。あなたも見ていなさい。そして心に刻んで。
僕にはそのくらいの協力しかできないのでしょうか。触ることも喋ることもできない僕にはそんなことしかできないのでしょうか。
それで十分よ。あなたが目を背けないでいてくれたなら、私も多分痛みに耐えられると思うから。
Annie nodded and sat right next to me while continuing to cry. We then looked up at the night sky together. The moon was shining brightly as if taking pity upon me. We also looked at the faces of my murderers. The beautiful moon was gradually stained red. It's getting cold. It's so painful. I'm consumed with the fear of not being able to do anything about this. Hanyu is right next to me. That gives me comfort. It's not just Hanyu either. Everyone is here with me. Everyone is there watching me so I can stand this torture. That's why it wasn't painful. I didn't struggle. I didn't care about Takano's crazy laughter. It was such a wonderful world. I didn't overcome this fate, but I have no regrets. Of course, I'm still sad. I'm disappointed. My future is right in front of my eyes. My hand could almost reach it. Even so, we did what we could. I have to be proud of myself. Keiichi voices disagreement. He still felt that we could have done more. We were almost there. We almost defeated this fate. We didn't win, not because our enemies were strong. We didn't win because we didn't try hard enough.
でも、みんなは心を一つにして頑張っていましたのです。僕は見ていました。全部見ていましたのです。
いや、足りてなかったんだ。運命を打ち破ろうとする意志が全員で結束できていたなら、必ず奇跡は起こせたんだ。
そうなんだよ。全員が信じたなら必ず奇跡が起こせるんだよ。さとこもリカちゃまもみんなよく頑張りました。
ごめんなさいですわ、リカ。あなたが打ち明ける勇気を見せてくれたのに、私はあなたを救えなかったですわ。
Sadako held my shoulder and cried.
みんなで力を合わせたわ。それでダメならありがとう。本当にありがとう。多分あまたの世界と同じ死を迎えるのに、こんなにも諦めがつく死は初め。この死を代償に私は
リカちゃん、違うの。奇跡が起こらなかった理由、レナは知ってるよ。
Brenda spoke gently, but she wasn't smiling at all.
ねえ、本当にみんな奇跡を起こそうと信じてた？未来を望むとき、全員が信じてなかったら奇跡は起こらないんだよ。
何言ってんだよレナ。俺たちは結束した。運命を打ち破れることを疑わなかったぞ。なあミオン。
うん、そうだよレナ。誰も運命に勝てないなんて思わない。リカちゃんのこの運命を覆したいと思う誰もが絶対に運命を打ち破れると信じてたよ。
そうですわ。リカですらそれを信じましたのよ。最後の最後にリカは私たちを信じて運命を打ち破れると信じましたのよ。もちろんレナも信じたよ。でも信じなかった人がいると思うの。誰がです？
But who can it be?
ねえ、あなた。
Rena turned to Hanyu and asked her a question.
あなた、信じてた？運命に打ち勝てるって信じててくれた？触れることができなくても、喋ることができなくても、信じることはできるんだよ。あなたも信じてくれたなら、きっと奇跡が起きた。僕が信じて何が変わったのでしょうか。僕は何もできない非力な存在なのです。僕は見ていることしかできない、受け入れることしかできない。そんな僕が信じるだけで奇跡が起こせたというのですか？
ああ、起こせたな。
Keiichi stated it clearly. He wasn't trying to blame her, he was just stating the truth.
そうだね。あの時こっちは6人だった。向こうは7人だった。あなたが信じてくれてたら、それだけで心は7つだった。だったならきっと奇跡が起きた。奇跡はね、触れたり喋ったりで起こすんじゃないんだよ。信じる気持ちが起こすんだよ。
Honey would realize that this ending wasn't caused by fate, because she didn't believe. In other words, this happened because she was so weak as to accept this fate. She started crying again.
名前も知らないあなた、 あなたにも悲しみや辛さと戦う勇気が必要だった。あなたも運命と戦う勇気が必要だった。あなたが望んだならみんなが望む世界にきっと行けた。それがあなただけが信じなかっただけでたどり着けなかったなら、それはあなたの責任なの。
It's hard to believe Rena could say something so harsh. Her words were piercing Hanyu's heart. Those words were necessary for me and for her. Only faith can create a miracle. Sounds like something you might hear in a fairy tale. It's not easy to put into action. People suspect others, they don't trust others. It's easier to not have hope. It's so difficult to believe. And that's why faith can make miracles happen.
触れないのですよ。喋れないのですよ。そんな僕でも信じれば奇跡が起こる。だって今こうしてレナとあなたは話しているよ。私はあなたと言葉を交わしたのはいつもあなたがいるのを知っていた。あなたに言葉をどうすればかけられるか。私たちが楽しく遊んでいる時、あなただけが輪の外から眺めていたことを知っていたんだよ。だって輪の中に入りたくても僕は誰にも見えないし、僕を見たらみんな化け物だと言いますです。僕はもう二度と化け物と言われたくないのです。
誰が言うよそんなことを。俺たちと一緒にいたなら俺たちは仲間だ。
そうですわよ。仲間のことを化け物呼ばわりなんて失礼しちゃいますわ。
化け物かどうかは容姿じゃなくて心で決まるんだよね、シオン。そういうことです。まあその見地から言えば私の方がよっぽど化け物ですよ。
頭に角が生えていても僕は化け物とは呼ばれないのでしょうか。身体的特徴で化け物なんて誰も呼ばないよ。むしろキュートなくらいだよ。
レナに気をつけろ。変に気に入られるとお持ち帰りされるぞ。
I realized then that I was standing with everyone looking down at my own body. I see. I'm finally dead. I looked at my bloody body by my feet. It upset me that Takano was still enjoying the torture, but the body that remained was nothing but a shell.
大丈夫か、リカちゃん。
死んだ人に大丈夫かとは変な話なのです。
Everyone smiled wryly. My first time feeling so much love in death. Everyone's already dead. That's why I feel so happy to be dead, to join them. Suddenly, the world got darker and my body started to sink downward. I could feel myself disappearing. I still had the sensation of my friend's hands on mine.
みんな。
そうだね。行こう行こう。あなたもみんなという言葉に含まれてるんだよ。ほら、いつまでも泣いてないで行こう。
My vision had gone dark, but somehow I could still see. Rena offered her hand to Hanyu, and Hanyu slowly took it.
あなたが私と出会う前にどんな悲しいことがあったか知らないけれど、みんなは絶対にあなたを受け入れてくれるわ。
僕がいても楽しいでしょうか。僕はみんなに受け入れてもらえるのでしょうか。
だからおいで。
Rena touched Hanyu's hand. Felt like everyone else laid their hands on top too. If only they had hands to do so. Let's go, Hanyu. It's time to accept this sorrow, so we can embrace joy as well. Believe in the bright future that's waiting for us. The miracle will happen. We will obtain it, okay? Yes, Hanyu said it with a definite nod. What's outside of the well? Is it something worth fighting for? What's outside of the well? Is it something worth getting hurt for? What's outside of the well? I'm gonna fight and get hurt in order to find that out. I'm sure what's waiting is a beautiful world. Even if I get to the bottom of the well again, the key to the new world is my willingness to get out of here. Even if I can get out or not, I'll eventually get to the new world. Even though we're at a credit roll, we're not fully done. There's, I think, 2 last things, and let me see if I can skip through this credit roll. So I don't think there's anything else waiting for us at this point. Can I? Oh, I can't skip through the credit roll anyways. But yes, there's a couple things still waiting for us. One, there's the final message from the author, and then I think there's going to be 1 or 2 more tips waiting for us at the end. And with that, we'll have completed 100% of this game. And that leaves us with just the final game, Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi, which is the festival accompanying chapter. Final chapter, it's the answer arc to the entire game, to all your remaining questions, although I'm sure you're still going to have questions at the end of it. But at the end of this, we have Hanyu, we have everyone believing except for her, and she's just been the side character this whole time, has been watching and telling Rika it's not possible, don't do it, don't believe in yourself, you're just going to get hurt. But she will be joining us next game. And she'll be taking an active role in what happens there. Once again, we're using 07th expansion mods, which has the different character models. It has remastered audio, background music, graphics, like all of that stuff. It's actually a pretty easy mod to get set up. You can see right there, 07th expansion coming right up there. And they've done fantastic jobs modding all of these games, as well as giving access to a bunch of the console games. That was the 16 console games, of which we played one of them. And I've started playing one of the others, but there's a lot there. So with that, we should have unlocked... Okay, we got some more stuff. Emergency Manual 1. The existence of a terminal patient level 5 is confirmed. The Institute Director must resolve the situation before the level 5 begins engaging in antisocial behavior. However, they must ensure that the secret remains hidden. To that end, the Director may also request assistance from the Secrecy Preservation Unit. As for the Secrecy Preservation Unit, they may request permission to fire from the Institute Director if necessary. All efforts should be made to secure the level 5 patient as alive, but if that proves obstructive to maintaining secrecy, their life may be forfeit. At all times, maintaining secrecy and preventing exposure will be of the highest priority. However, preserving secrecy will take priority over preventing exposure. Emergency Manual Appendix 9 FAQ. Question. An Emergency Manual 34 be administered if an outbreak of Level 5 occurs, but in matters beyond the control of the Secrecy Preservation Unit. So, what they're talking right here is, if you kill the Queen Carrier, what can we do? Additionally, is the Institute Director responsible for determining what constitutes as an out-of-control situation? Yes. So, if the Institute Director determines that it's out of control, they can take any and all measures, including massacring everyone. If an accident occurs and a hazardous material, the H170 series H170 series is exposed to the public, can Emergency Manual 34 be administered? Yes. If an accident has occurred and the nature of the incident is revealed to the public, the Secrecy Preservation Unit will take steps to resolve the situation. However, if this information is spread too widely, can Emergency Manual 34 still be administered? Additionally, is the Institute Director still responsible for making that decision? Yes. The decision to execute Emergency Manual 34 must be carefully deliberated over and sanctioned by an official. However, in the case of emergency, does the Institute Director have the right to make the final decision? Execution of Emergency Manual 34 must be sanctioned by an official at all times. However, the Institute Director may petition the urgency of its use to an official. Emergency Manual 34. Reproduction or removal of this document is prohibited. The manual may only be read with the appropriate permissions. This manual will only apply upon approval by the highest authority. Nothing short of official authorization shall count as approval. Furthermore, those authorized to apply this manual must make the decisions as soon as possible when it is required. The situation threatens to spiral out of control and the official sees that this is the case. The Area Institute must make the final decision to preserve the secret and prevent its detection by others. The following is an outline how to execute that final resolution. 1. Terminate all patients above level 2. 2. Destroy all evidence inside the Institute. 3. Conceal the fact that this manual is administered. The contents of this manual must be executed by the Institute Director within 48 hours of the incident. If the Director is not available, the Chief Officer must execute it in his place. The Institute Director may demand support from the Chief Officer in executing this manual. If this manual is expected to be executed, the Chief Officer may issue the preliminary orders. Final resolution must be executed in the following steps. 1. Disguise the incident as a natural gas disaster and quarantine the area. The quarantine unit must disguise themselves as police officers and isolate the Hinamizawa region from the outside world. The official explanation must be that there is a gas disaster within the village. Equipment for the operation will be stored at a vacant lot, where Yaguchi Quarry used to be. The equipment must undergo routine maintenance. In the event of external breach or internal escape, they do not respond to the notice of the gas disaster or orders to evacuate. Use of firearms is authorized. The approval to use firearms is given by the Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit to the Chief of the Traffic Blockade Unit. Shutting down communications. Communication Sabotage Unit must ensure that all forms of communication, including radio, have been disabled in the Hinamizawa area. It must take care not to fall under suspicion, and the communications must be disrupted for a minimum amount of time. The facility belonging to the telephone company is inside the traffic blockade. Any civilians inside may be shot and killed. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give permission to use lethal force to the Chief of the Communications Sabotage Unit. That's exactly what we saw when they shot Oishi and his partner. Assembling the infected carriers. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must assemble the infected populace in the Hinamizawa Regional Disaster Shelter. Refer to the enclosed documents for gathering procedures. On assembly, the unit must count the number of the infected and confirm that everyone is present. Be sure not to allow the infected to expose the true nature of the gas disaster. Additionally, the infected must not be allowed to bring any large personal belongings with them. However, they may take their valuables, including bank books and cash. Infected who refuse to assemble may be shot, but the Chief of the Secretary Preservation Unit must carefully consider this decision to do so. Terminating the infected. Once they are assembled, the Secrecy Preservation Unit must terminate all of the infected. Before that point, care must be taken to ensure that they are not suspicious of the story of the gas disaster. Be sure that they are treated as humanely as possible. If any problems occur, the unit has approval to fire their weapons. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit must also make that decision. Bodies with gunshot wounds should not be placed together with those that have been poisoned. Concealment of the Institute. The Institute Concealment Unit must collect all of the classified items, referred to the 193 items in the appendix, in the Institute in order to suppress the evidence. Refer to the appendix for more detailed instructions. The research staff of the Institute must assist with this operation. This unit must exercise extreme caution as they will be handling a number of toxic substances. Strict quarantine must be maintained at the concealment block. The airproof door must be welded shut and the underground area must be flooded. The entrance to the area must be welded shut and concealed completely. Furthermore, the concealment block will be completely removed within 3 years. The Institute Concealment Unit must eliminate all civilians who would try to approach the Institute. The use of firearms is not permitted except in emergencies. The Chief of the Secrecy Preservation Unit may give the order to fire. Searching the village. The Secrecy Preservation Unit must search the whole village for any survivors. Any person who was not present during the assembly must be found. Any survivors found after the termination of the infected may be shot immediately. This is what happens to Keiichi in that chapter 3 where he gets pushed off the bridge and is swept down through the river. He's lying in his hospital bed and he gets killed there. He was found as part of this and killed as part of this manual. However, if the survivor is willing to surrender, do not shoot and instead take them into the custody of the Secrecy Preservation Unit. The unit must then terminate the captive using the same methods as for the other infected. Post-mission transfer to General Forces. Transfer the job to the official disaster recovery team. Make sure not to arouse suspicion. Complete withdrawal. For the completion of all operations, the Secrecy Protection Unit will retreat from the Hinamizawa area. They will be careful not to be suspected by the disaster recovery team. Furthermore, the Institute will continue to secure the concealment block until the complete removal is finished. The Queen and her carriers. It is assumed that the pathogen has the same characteristics as creatures such as ants. There is a queen of the carriers of the disease, just like there is a queen ant. This position has been passed down the line of the Furude family. This assumption is based on the legends and ancient writings that have been passed down in the village. It is already confirmed that the carriers have a tendency to protect their queen. Additionally, the queen carrier can only survive within the boundaries of the village. Probability of outbreak. As ordinary patients will become ill when they travel far away from the queen, it is assumed that the further and longer they are away from her, the higher the chance of symptoms occurring becomes. Also, mental state plays a strong factor as well. It is estimated that those who are especially emotionally unstable or show strong yearnings for their home are more likely to exhibit symptoms. It is believed that the Takano relaxation method is the most effective means of suppressing symptoms. The patient still shows no improvement, only returning them to their home and the queen will be effective. Concerning terminal patients. Terminal patients, as they suffer from an extreme persecution complex, are incapable of functioning within society. Cases of arson and murder have been confirmed. They may present severe problems for their units. Records show that terminal patients appear even in Hinamizawa and will not recover even if relocated nearer the queen. Therefore, the decision to dispose of the problem must be made as soon as possible. It is recommended that the infected be quarantined before they start behaving irregularly. We suggest tracking down those formerly from Hinamizawa and placing them under special medical observation. The collapse of the carrier community. For the aforementioned reasons, we predict that should the queen carrier die, infected villagers will exhibit terminal symptoms on a village-wide scale. Terminal symptoms will begin showing within 24 hours at earliest and 48 at the latest. For that reason, the final decision must be made within 48 hours. Based on the size of the village, neither ordinary officers nor the military police may be able to control the chaos they may bring. We believe the best response is treat them as armed anti-national uprising and immediately suppress them with the military. January 1945. To Colonel Koizumi with the Supreme Council for the Direction of War. From Hifumi Takano. June 23, 1983. Document E420 for the 58th Defense Commissioner and TECOM 733rd Commander. TECOM 733 is hereby ordered to be on standby within 24 hours armed for urban suppression. The company commander must also thoroughly study Emergency Manual 34. Select personnel with the preservation of secrecy in mind. Additionally, test the effectiveness of the vaccine with the support of the National Research Center for Infectious Diseases. Employ those with positive immunity. June 23, 1983. Document E711 for the 58th Director of the NIHS. Attention, Equipment Testing Commander, Company Commander 733. National Research Center of Infectious Diseases. Infectious Pathogen Department Suite 13. Official seal emitted. About the Hinamizawa Syndrome. This is information regarding the Hinamizawa Syndrome. It is an infectious disease caused by a virus. There are no initial symptoms. Instead, their onset begins when the patient's emotional state becomes unstable or if the queen carrier dies. The main symptoms of the illness are hallucinations and emotional instability paired with an extreme persecution complex. Furthermore, patients are frequently unaware of their own mental abnormalities, making identification outside examination nearly impossible. The only way to do so is by observing symptoms indicative of terminal abnormal behavior. In many cases, patients engage in antisocial behavior, which is the largest issue created by the syndrome. Behavior is caused by hormonal factors, as the disease mainly affects the mind as opposed to the body. In the end, patients will experience extreme irritation in their lymph nodes and will claw at their own throats or wrists. This is the only symptom that is recognized by the patient. Important points regarding the sterilization operation. This is an advisory note for virus control. pathogen is an airborne infectious virus. Therefore, no effective preventable methods exist and inoculation is required. After mission is completed, all staff must take a medical exam. Those with positive test results must come forward. Cautious with interacting with the carriers, villagers. Even after inoculation, any contact with their body fluids may cause infection. Do not come into direct contact with them. If assumed infected, individuals must use the testing syringe and test themselves for the disease. If you feel an extreme irritation in your lymph nodes, it's likely you have terminal symptoms. In that case, you must get tested immediately. If results come up positive, inject the treatment medication C-120. The irritation persists after 10 minutes, use a second injection. If there's still no change in symptoms, please seek treatment at headquarters. Do not use C-120 if your test results are not positive. Used on a healthy body, symptoms of high fever, rash, dilated pupils, and hallucinations will be observable within 10 minutes. If this occurs, one must seek treatment at headquarters. Government officials explained the entire situation in the luxurious meeting room adorned with a marble table and crystal ashtrays. The chief cabinet secretary was in a panic. He never heard about any of this before. Feelings of panic were only natural. One girl's death was going to drive 2,000 villagers into a frenzy. Hearing that a disease like this exists was surprising enough, but on top of that, it was secretly researched for military use. There was now a horrific situation caused by the director of the local research institute engaged in embezzlement.
そんな危険な病気、初めて聞いたよ。本当に治療の手段はないのか？
はい。国立研究所の説明では、重度感染者の発症に対する治療法は確立したばかりで、最短で24時間以内、長くとも48時間以内に甚大な被害と影響が予想されます。
The danger of this Hinamizawa syndrome was explained over and over again to the chief secretary. He didn't have anything more to say. That didn't mean he could blindly accept it either. He simply couldn't believe that the only way to resolve the situation was to kill all 2,000 infected villagers.
それは大変なことになるのはわかるけど、そんなの許可できるわけないだろう。そもそもなんでこんな危険な病気を隠蔽して研究、そもそもそういう事態を招いたのはその関係の連中の責任じゃないのかね。第一、こんな危険な研究は今や日本の国益に貢献しないどころか損ないかねんぞ。どうして昭和の58年までこんな馬鹿げた研究をしていたんだ。報告書によれば研究目的のために撲滅を意図的に遅らせていたそうじゃないか。しかも汚職をめぐるトラブルの果てにこんな事態だ。これはテロだよ、テロ。東京の老害だ。こんな研究を指示していた人間には全員責任を取ってもらうぞ。いつまでも大戦の亡霊に取りつかれている連中を追放したまえ。これは東京の海を出すいい機会じゃないのかね。
責任者の追及は必ず行いますが、それより前に対応を考えなければなりません。
The man sitting by the window slowly turned around and opened his mouth.
ご決断を。
滅菌作戦を承認しない場合のシミュレートを聞かせてください。
はい。今から36時間後には村人のほぼ10割が末期発症、末期的な被害妄想に取りつかれ、反社会的な行為を行います。想定されるのは自殺、殺人、放火、強盗、その他異常行動、治安の完全なる崩壊です。騒動はおそらくひなみ沢地区のみでなく、結果世界規模での注目を浴びることになるでしょう。民間の独自調査の結果、奇病が原因であることが発覚するのは食いと。野党は奇病の対応の不手際を政争の具に、次期選挙を有利に運ぶでしょう。また東京内でも総理の対応に批判が高まるでしょう。彼らの指示は総理の列島改造に欠かせません。そして何よりも軍事目的での研究が政府内部から暴かれる可能性があります。これだけは断固阻止しなくては我が国に致命的信用ダメージを与えかねません。
逆に滅菌作戦を承認した場合はどうなりますか？
はい、自然災害を装いますので、やはり対応の不手際の野党追及は避けられません。ただし奇病研究について発覚することはないでしょ
もし万が一奇病の軍事的研究が世界に発覚したら、
他国の援助を受ける政党は一大キャンペーンを張るな、売国どめ。そうなれば野党の政権奪取は必至だよ。日本は宣戦布告なくして占領されるぞ。
シミュレートの結果では第2党第3党が連立した場合、与野党の勢力は完全に反転します。国際世論は我が国を一斉に非難。国連に対し NBC 兵器開発疑惑の査察を要求するでしょう。近隣国は政府主導でバッシングキャンペーンを展開。高支持率を背景に対日外交を強硬路線に転換します。我が国は政治的焦土と化すでしょ
う。国際信用はペンペン草一本残らんということかね。くさ。つまりひなみ沢地区と周辺自治体の数十万人だけの問題では済まんということだな。全てを闇に葬るための犠牲が2000人とは多すぎる。
日本国内において生物兵器研究が行われていたことが露呈することだけは避けなければなりません。
私はどうやら大戦の亡霊の尻を吹く羽目になりそうですね。
滅菌作戦は計画通りに隠密で実行できるのかね。滅菌作戦が発覚すれば奇病研究以上の大スキャンダルになるぞ。
はい、ご安心ください。それにつきましては自衛隊内の機密保持に特化したこのような事態を想定し研究と訓練を重ねた部隊です。万一の失敗はありえません。
都市沈黙戦という言葉は初めて聞きましたが、これはガスによる虐殺のことですね。自衛隊にガス戦を習熟した部隊があったとは驚き。
ガス防護を知るにはガス戦を知らなければなりません。ガス虐殺に備えるにはガス虐殺を知らねばなりません。装備実験隊は日本国が受ける可能性のある全ての攻撃に対し日夜研究を重ねています。
He let out a small sigh. Couldn't see the line between ethical and unethical. Any research be justified by the excuse of preparing against hostilities? That's also what preparation was all about. Some evils must be accepted as necessary. The Erie Institute was one such evil.
明かせぬ研究を葬るために明かせぬ方法を取るか。罪悪感の伴う任務だが、隊員から事実が漏れ出すことはないのかね。
ありえません。隊員は第一空挺から精鋭を選抜し、さらに高い忠誠心を持つ者のみで構成しております。実戦はこれが初めてになりますが、練度は極めて高く、内部の機密保持も問題ある。
まさに暗殺の専門部隊ですね。
総理、どうか緊急マニュアル第34号の執行にご決裁をお願い。
防衛庁長官、この作戦は必ず成功しますか。事件が大騒ぎになる前に食い止められますか。いえ、犠牲者を最小限に抑えられますか。
はい、総理。すでに予備命令を発し作戦準備に入っております。ご決裁がいただければ直ちに出動して作戦に入ります。
私には人口2000人を虐殺する命令など下せません。ですが内閣総理大臣として犠牲者を最小に抑える義務もあります。
胸中をお察しします。
長官、どうか犠牲者が一番少なくて済む方法を選択してください。2000人がどうしても治療できないなら、不必要な犠牲者が出ないよう迅速な対応をお願いいたします。
はい、ご決裁を必ずや朗報をお持ちいたします。
2000人の犠牲が朗報と呼べるならですがね。奥野君、東京の皆さんに近日中にお会いできる席を設けてください。今回の件について釈明を直接聞かせていただきたいと思います。
わかりました。
ところで、その問題の研究所長の入江氏は逮捕しましたか。
いえ、服毒自殺とのことです。研究の終了が自身の人生を否定されたものと悲観しての発作的犯行と思われていますが、
彼を凶器に駆り立てた理由は永遠に闇の中ということですか。
The execution of Emergency Manual 34 is approved, June 23rd, 1983. Prime Minister. Director General of Defense Agency.
皆さん、輸送の都合で荷物を持つことはできません。手荷物は禁じます。繰り返します。現金、通帳、印鑑の類だけを携帯してください。混乱防止のため車両避難は禁じています。
It was the middle of the night, and yet countless villagers were out and about. Some of them locking their doors, some of them watering their plants, some were piling up food in their dogs' dinner bowls. Small children were crying in fear. Members of the town council were yelling angrily while counting up the villagers. Reportedly, the village had been cut off from the rest of the world after volcanic gas gushed out of the mountains. A number of policemen and military units in the village added to the strong smell of sulfur in the air, dispelled any doubts the villagers must have had. The more religious among the elderly were convinced that this was the curse of Rikafurude, who had passed away the day before. They were certain that Oyashiro-sama was enraged and that the door to hell had been opened. Soldiers wearing gas masks guided the villagers to the evacuation center.
皆さんが避難した後の家屋を守るためです。また災害に便乗して商店を襲撃するボートに対してです。
南沢にそんな輩はおらんのじゃ。
第一小隊、避難誘導順調。了解。一個分隊を応援に向かわせます。
兵隊さん、じいさまの位牌を持ってんじゃならんがね。
位牌は構いません。急いでください。町会の方は天候を怠らないように。歩行困難な方は申し出てください。隊員が補助します。
おお、リカちゃんが殺されたからお社様がお怒りになったのじゃ。
お社様、お社様、お社様、どうか怒りをお鎮めください。防災訓練通りに避難しちゃり。班長は天候終わったら町会役員に連絡せんかいで。
鬼ヶ淵から正気が溢れ出したね。お社様はお怒りだね。こんなに大勢いるんじゃん。助かる方法なんかなかとよ。村で死なせてくれな。
大丈夫です。輸送ヘリとボーガス仕様のバスが回されます。必ず助かりますから。
みんな、エリン署へ集まれ。4丁目は違うだろう。郵便局裏の公民館だぞ。
皆さん、防災訓練と同じです。落ち着いて災害時避難場所に集合してください。団体行動をお願いします。一人の乱れがどうか団体行動を。家には必ず戻れます。
The villagers couldn't see the expression of the soldiers' gas mask. They wondered what kind of expressions they were hiding there. The soldiers were, of course, lying to the villagers, knowing that they would never return to those homes again. One such trooper cried under his mask that the villagers never saw his tears.
引き返してください。車両での避難は禁止されています。この先はガス流で寸断されており危険です。あんたにも硫黄の匂いがわかるでしょう。
Some people tried to leave in their cars so as to take large items with them. But the quarantine unit had sealed off all roads leading outside. The gas masks of the troopers and the smell of the sulfur persuaded them to return and obey their instructions. Some of them tried to contact Okonomiya, but their phones would not connect. The lines were busy no matter how much they tried. They simply assumed that the phone lines were being overwhelmed because of the disaster. Some of the villagers had access to radios. They tried to figure out what the situation was like outside. All they could hear over the radio was loud static. It was the same with the television. They couldn't contact anyone outside of the village. They really were totally isolated. And so they had nothing to rely on but the instructions of the police and the military. They were all like moths heading towards the light, never doubting that they would be safe there. One old war veteran listened to the noise from the radio and muttered. Turned out he was absolutely correct. However, he turned off the radio when his son urged him to evacuate. The villagers had gathered at their evacuation points. Some of them were at the school, some at the community center. They were to stay in the building until the evacuation vehicles arrived. The soldiers told them to stay inside so they could keep track of the number of evacuees.
万一のガス流に備えて窓はすべて閉めてください。念のため窓ガラスはテープで目張りします。申し訳ございませんが。よし、来た。若いのは率先して手伝え。
People started to seal up all the windows and vents with duct tape that was handed to them. Completely sealed every opening, even as they heard the disquieting conversation of the soldiers. It was long past 3 a.m., but everyone was wide awake with fear. They were having an extremely long night. Incidentally, the end of their night had almost arrived.
全部お 親代様のたたりなんしゃ。
やっぱり古手神社の鬼隠しは親代様のお怒りの騒ぎぶれだったんだ。
あの日古手神社は鬼の国に飲み込まれたんよ。リカちゃまは鬼たちに腹渡を食らわれたんじゃ。
They all started saying that the gas aster was caused by the curse of Oishiro-sama and Rika's death. The mysterious deaths of her friends and the two detectives were also a result of the curse. People started talking about being demoned away. They had no idea that Keiichi and his friend's short battle sealed their fate that night. More religious villagers had become convinced that the children and the detectives went missing, so they volunteered to become a sacrifice to calm Oishiro-sama's anger after Rika's death. They didn't know the truth. They couldn't know. Not one realized that Keiichi and his friend's efforts had all been in vain. Indeed, in Hinamizawa, everything that happens is the will of Oishiro-sama. But why did it have to be that way? Before the series of mysterious deaths occurred, no one really used the term Curse of Oishiro-sama that frequently. In other words, who set them up? People in the village were set up to believe that the Curse of Oishiro-sama happens every year. They really are just too superstitious.
サンサ、全小隊が点呼を終了しました。遅れていた自主避難者もさっき最後の家族が合流したようです。全員揃いました。
そう、いよいよね。親代様のたたりが現実となる。親代様の生まれ変わりである古出理香を綿流しにするという冒涜によって親代様の怒りが村に下される。それでこの5年間の連続したたたりは本当の神罰に昇格される。もう誰にも事件なんて呼ばせない。これは荒ぶる神の怒りなのだから。始めなさい。
中隊長より全隊員へ彼らのために1分間の黙祷を捧げよう。サンサ、1分だけご許可を。
お好きになさい。
Kano gave him a disparaging laugh. Company commander crossed his heart and began to speak.
我らの父よ、罪なき彼らをどうかお導きください。彼らの尊き犠牲がそれ以上の犠牲を防ぐことを、そして願わくば罪深き我らをお許しください。我らが今日ここにあることをお許しください。
Company commander isn't Christian. In fact, he doesn't follow any religion. However, he prayed because he felt he needed to ask someone for forgiveness. Wasn't even sure if he was saying it correctly, but he still prayed to God. He asked forgiveness for committing the sin and continued to pray. Kana was speaking in a soft voice. She was talking to herself.
神がいつ降臨されるのかは誰も知らない。それは例えるなら、泥棒がいつ訪れるのかわからないように。だから予期せずしてその時を迎えて、不信心であったことに歯ぎしりすることがないよう、エセ預言者たちは神の降臨を声高に叫ぶであろうが、それに惑わされてはなりません。
One man heard her
マタイの
murmurs.
福音書ですね。
そうなの？祖父の好きだった言葉よ。報われる日がいつ訪れるかわからないから、常に勤勉であれってこと。
今日が報われる日なのですか？
そうよ。あなたにはわからないでしょうけどね。
失礼ながら、主の降臨は慈悲深いものであるべきだと信じています。このような日にそれを例えられることは冒涜かと思います。
He's trying to tell her that using that verse of the Bible is inappropriate for the occasion. However, Takano simply laughed as though she had heard something very funny.
ごめんなさいね。あなたは神に試されなさい。私は今日を境に試す側となるのよ。
以上で黙祷を終了する。
End of the silence.
滅菌を開始せよ。
The order was given, as hollow and reluctant a manner as an order can possibly be.
今こそ私の理想はすべて完成した。文字通りの理想郷がここにはある。ここでは私は神で、私のたたりは永遠に刻まれ、語り継がれるのだ。
People were packed in the classroom. They were afraid. Troopers closed the door of the classroom. People inside had no idea why they were doing that. However, they didn't suspect anything at all. One old man walked up to the door to open it, so the clothes was far too hot inside the room. He collapsed all of a sudden. His wife tried to walk over to help him, but she also collapsed all of a sudden. Then, other people also started collapsing inside of the room. It really was a very odd sight. What would make for a good example? It'd be pretty amusing if they were dominoes. However, they're human beings. People sitting by the window watched the strange event happen before their eyes. They opened their eyes wider to try and understand what was going on.
ダム戦争をきっかけに長き眠りからよみがえった荒ぶる神が不信心なる者を綿流しの聖夜の旅にたたりを下してゆく。その一年一年の積み重ねが神の復活、お社様の意向の復活、たたりを恐れるという原始的恐怖への回帰。
The door creaked open slightly, and someone on the other side threw 3 spray canisters into the room. More people started to collapse, even those at the window. This wasn't something that was happening only in one room. It was happening in all the other rooms, too. In all the evacuation centers. People's dreams, their hopes, their futures were all taken away so quickly and easily.
そして誰もがお社様のたたりを疑わなくなり、完全に復活した我は古きムクロの腹を内より破りて、今こそこの世によみがえる。お社様の怒りに触れるとき、地獄の釜が開きて正気があふれ出し、人々は逃げることもかなわず、ことごとく生き絶えるなり。その最後の審判が、たたりが、こうして実現した。
There was a commotion in the reception room by the principal's office. Someone had figured out what was going on, broke the seal off the window, and escaped outside. Other people tried to remove the seal on their windows too. They collapsed in a matter of seconds.
あなたは死んだら何が残る？身は腐り、焼かれ、骨は砕かれ砂になる。大地の肥やしになる以上の何が残せるの？
応接室で脱走発生。4名が窓から脱出。発砲許可。撃て撃て撃て撃て撃て撃て。
Soldiers shot the people who tried to escape from the back. The sound of the gunshots echoed in the silence. There was a noise filled with cruelty. They helplessly fell down to the ground. Deaths were so pitiful compared to the silent deaths of those before them. The residential police officer was one of the escapees. He tried to shoot back at them with his own gun. Shots could be heard throughout the building. Soldiers ducked into the shadow upon hearing the noise. The officer seized his chance and ran towards the gate. That was just a waste of time. Not only is the range of the automatic weapons they were using longer than the length of the schoolyard, as trained professionals, it would be nothing for them to shoot him from that distance. The villagers had no choice. Either they died from the gas without realizing what was happening, or they'd find out about the mission and be killed.
どうした？応答しろ！
脱走者全員の逃亡阻止。銃声は駐在警官が反撃したものです。
射殺隊を回収しろ。
一般犠牲者と一緒にしないよう注意せよ。
Soldiers walked over to the 4 fallen bodies. They need to make sure they were all dead, not just injured.
私は残した。名を残した。偉業を残した。たたりを残した。私の存在は、この長く封鎖されるこの土地で神格化されるだろう。そして近隣の町にて今日のたたりを逃れた者たちはたたりを恐れ、その恐怖を人々に語り継ぐだろう。人間の群れの記憶が 私を超越した存在へ昇華させるのだ。
第一小隊より本部営林署の滅菌を終了。脱走者4名は射殺。
第二小隊より本部作戦終了。
脱走者なし。
第三小隊より本部脱走者10名以上現在相当中。制圧は時間の問題。
第4小隊より本部滅菌終了。脱走者なし。
第3小隊より脱走者13名全員の滅菌を
了解。機密保持部隊の全小隊は確認を厳重に行われたし。
Anna was laughing to herself inside of the van. Didn't physically see all those people dying silently. But she saw it anyway. She saw countless people dying without even noticing it. She saw it all in her mind. Anna waved her arms in the air. No one was watching her. But no one would understand what she was doing even if they were. She was waving her baton, pretending that she was a conductor of this silent funeral march.
非常時対策の完全終了を確認。通信妨害を終了しますがよろしい。
いいわよ。
施設処理部隊より定時連絡。機密搬出と溶接封鎖を完了。現在注水中。
交通封鎖部隊より定時連絡。封鎖線は異常なし。
通信工作部隊より定時で通信妨害を終了。電話施設の現状復帰を開始。
Akana was paying no attention to these reports. She continued to sing the melody of an orchestra. One operator spoke to her.
最高に気分がいい夜よ。あなたには聞こえないでしょうね。この新しい神を称える賛歌が。
賛歌。
Anna laughed loudly, spreading her arms wide.
そうよ。称える歌。神のいなかったこの地に新しい神が誕生した瞬間を称える賛歌よ。このひなみ沢には神などいなかった。お社様という名が残るだけ。神がかつて存在した痕跡が残るだけのただの古ぼけた土地だった。その地に私は再び神を取り戻させたの。どういうことかわかる？わからないでしょうね。今の世界にたたる神が何人いる？人が試すことに耐えられる神が何人いる？一人もいやしない。それを私がたたった。
Akana laughed. She was the only one who could comprehend what she was saying. None of the operators inside the car could comprehend her laughter. Akana was satisfied to know that.
たたりなきは神にあらず。たたるゆえに恐れられ、恐れられるゆえに崇められる。それこそが神の真実。神が信仰を生み出すのではなく、信仰が神を生み出すのなら、でも太古の神々はたたったのよ。では、神のたたりとは何なのか。それこそが真の神の証だった。たたらない神など、人間に見下された神でしかないのよ。神の宿らぬ抜け殻の土地に、これは天の啓示だと。ダム戦争が終わるまで、明治から100年にもわたり、ひなみ沢は神を失ってきた。それを私が蘇らせろという神の啓示だと。そして天は私にありとあらゆる力を貸してくれた。天が与えたわずかの偶然が積もり、芽生えたたたりの芽を私が育てた。育まれたたたりは今や結実し、そうよ、わかる？つまりは今宵は収穫祭。お社様の伝説に刻まれたこの日が訪れたからこそ、お社様の存在は今こそ絶対となる。あなたたちは今は分からなくてもやがて知る。私が成した偉業がどれほどのものか、どれだけ長く語り継がれるか。神はたたる。そのたたりを私は起こす。今こそ我はお社様のたたりなり。我をあがめよ、たたえよ、そして恐れよ。我が紡ぐはたたりにあらず、我が紡ぐは歴史なり。歴史はたたりを語り、我が存在を永劫に語り伝えるであろう。我こそはたたりなり。今こそ我は永遠を 我が身を呪えよ人間たち。身が朽ちれば後には何も残せぬ無力さを呪い、そして我が偉大さを知るがいい。我こそはお社様なり、今こそ神の領域に至ったものなり。我は肉体が滅びようとも永遠にこの地で語り継がれるのだ。我はお社様。我こそはお社様のたたり。我をあがめよ、たたえよ、そして恐れよ。我が紡ぐはたたりにあらず、死にあらず。我が紡ぐは歴史なり。歴史はたたりを語り、我が存在を永劫に語り伝えるであろう。我こそはたたりなり。肉でできた身を超越せし者なり。この身がたとえ朽ち果てようとも、我が紡ぎし歴史は永遠に残り続けるであろう。今こそ我は永遠を得たり。我が身を呪えよ人間たち。身が朽ちれば後には何も残せぬ無力さを呪い、悔やみ、恐れるがいい。そして我が偉大さを知るがいい。我こそはお社様なり。今こそ神の領域に至ったものなり。我は肉体が滅びようとも永遠にこの地で語り継がれて永遠の生を受けるのだ。
Okay, there's the last tip. That's a nice image that I'm sure we all wanted. Okay, the two last things. Geez, that was like an hour after ending credits that I wasn't expecting. Well, let's finish this off because we're so close. First thing, we'll read that last tip. I guess Rika finally managed to assemble all the pieces to her puzzle. But we don't know yet if her memories will pass on to her next life. Rika always loses the memories of her death. I don't know if she can retain the memories of what she's discovered. What did you think? Did you have fun? Did you find out the answers? Collecting them isn't so fun anymore. You don't agree? I see. You still might find something different by examining some old fragments. Well, the time we have here is endless. You have to find something to play with because there's nothing to do here. For me, playing with these fragments stops being fun when I find out what's inside. You can tell me how to have fun with them even so. It makes you pretty smart. What, you want to know what I play with? I don't play, I'm just killing time. I like to imagine what Rika could have done in order to achieve the future she hopes for. I like to imagine a world that would have been happy for all of them. Find out how these worlds are set up by looking at the previous ones, right? I like to analyze what would need to change in order for Rika to win against Takano. Want to see what's on my mind? Too bad. Not showing that to you. In that world, Rika and her friends survived their struggle, broke through the fate of June 1983. It's just my imagination, it's not for me to share with you. Sure, the world that Rika's about to create is better than anything in my imagination. Even if she's stuck on June 19th in 1983, sure this now and in world will remain as one of Rika's brightest fragments either way. No matter how much she struggles, if she actually overcomes her fate, it'll be the most brilliant fragment of her story. Sure, the life of Rika will make for a better story than my boring imagination. Want to know what happened to Rika? She made a decision to redo her life once more again with Hanyu, trying to live her life with all her might. What she learned from this world. Her next life has already begun. I do wonder what that life is like. Going there now to check. Want to come with me? Okay, that was the final tip, and then we have one last thing. The staff credits. Hi, this is the developer. Thank you for playing Chapter 7. This time around, the scenario is almost like the answer page in a book of riddles. Maybe the scenario is like a side dish we enjoyed alongside all the scenarios up till now. You can take it how you like. I just hope you enjoyed it. I was very nervous about releasing the scenario, because a mystery is only as good when it's still a mystery. And this scenario marks the end of that mystery. To be honest, I didn't want to release this chapter for a while. However, way too many similar stories are being published with no answers at all. The Book of Riddles means nothing if there's no answer page in the back. Coming up with an answer when you have no way to see if it's right or not is a little sad, I think. If there are no answers, you can't get any joy out of reading a book of riddles. I regret to say that there are way too many stories out there that don't offer this kind of joy. So I decided to release something you can compare your answer to for this series. Since this world had a rather irregular presentation, there may not have been many people who reached what might be called the right answer. It's not really about whether your answer was right or wrong. It's much more about how many questions you raised while reading the story, and how many answers you were able to find. Thank you very much for all the solutions you've sent me. They're all wonderful theories. Some were thought out so much more so than the actual story that I frequently thought about making them the right answer. So your support has given me courage to finish writing the 7th chapter of this series. Thank you very much for supporting us. Finally, I'd like to apologize for how I portrayed the Child Consultation Center. I don't know what it was like in 1983, but Child Consultation Centers are not mean places like I depicted in my story. When the characters look so unfeeling, but in reality, the government today is the #1 hero for us civilians. In fact, those involved with child welfare and youth education are all extremely passionate and selflessly devoted people. I'm sorry for giving such a negative image in this chapter. The next chapter is going to be the last one of the series. I'm overwhelmed by the pressure of writing the last chapter. It turned out to be such a long story. Hope you'll continue to kind support. Thank you all very much. Okay. We finish the tips. We finished staff meeting, which means we are officially done this game. 100%. I just checked Steam. It's official. We've got everything.